Welcome, 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 everybody. How's it going today? It is it's the alleged last pretrial hearing today. Yay, yay, yay. Sorry, I'm starting out with this video. I forgot that I'd set it as my intro just because I did it just on a whim the other day. But hey, I mean, it's just a friendly reminder as to, what we're going to be listening to for what, 6 more weeks or so? I mean, once the trial starts ish, that kind of timeline, but we've dealt with her for 6 years in a row. And we're not quitters. So, I hope you buckle up your bootstraps and you know, let's get this party started, right? That's one of their little code quote words or whatever, the little language they talk to each other in, where they're talking about, I think "Let's Get This Party Started" was one of them by the Black Eyed Peas. Oh, yeah, they ruin everything. They try to ruin everything. But, um, so yeah, this is what we're dealing with. Some more. We have to just get acclimated to it, acclimated to her and her little "me, me, 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 me" voice, and we'll just go from there, you know? Let's do her in. Seal the deal. She likes being sealed. But hey, everybody. Hello, Shradanish. I think that's how you say it. Bama Cat. How you doing? The Devil's Reject is back. Yeah. She's the Lord's favorite. you know. Tracy Artman. Good morning. Elizabeth Jones. Sis, you should have been a detective. Welcome and welcome backstage. Elizabeth Jones. Did I say that already? Aaron Soper. I don't know how to. I'm sure it's Soper because it'd be two P's if it was Soper. I mean, it'd be Soper if it was two P's. I told you I say things backwards. Just me. So glad you're here. Paisley Dreams and Bewitched and Beach Bum. Good morning. Hey, Lamisa. So thank you. And THX1138. Me too. I'm also really looking forward to this monster fading into oblivion. We'll get there. Hi, Crusha. Hi, back. Just glad you're here. So I'd already pulled up Justin Lum's website. I'm sorry, not website, but x.com. And I don't see anything yet, but that's me. I'm not very X savvy. But let's see, subscribe. Okay, yeah, my mom sent me this earlier. It says it was from Justin Lum. It says subscribe to Fox 10 Phoenix on YouTube and hit the bell for notifications. And so I'll share this with you guys in the chat. I'll grab the link, I guess. I don't really know. I don't want to embed it, but I just want to share it. There we go. There we go. Copy link. There we go. Getting it or getting it. And it is now in the chat. So subscribe to Fox 10 News to keep up with this hooker the rest of the way. And subscribe here too, if you don't mind. Is it stuck? That's weird. I hope my internet's not jacking up already. Let's see here. It's just stuck on this one picture. We'll just take it down. How about that? I removed it. Uh-oh. What's going on with it? Oh, man. Okay, go away. Thank you. Y'all got scared there for a second. I was like, oh no, it's going to stay there. Yeah, the Lord's favorite. Oh, look, I did the wrong one. What's up? Oh my gosh. Child killer claims she's the Lord's favorite. Yeah. Oh, this one too. What's up? Oh my gosh. She's always trying to get in our way, huh? Anyways, sorry about that. That was not planned. This one. This is why we're here today. Okay, welcome in. All right, so let me look on my phone real quick. Welcome in, everybody. Let's see. Get to here. All right, so Trace on the case is in the courtroom, inside the courtroom. So, yay. Thank you again, Trace and Joe Schmo. Oh, I should have had that on hand. That's the one thing I don't have on hand is Joe Schmo's channel link. Uh, hold on. It won't take me but a second, hopefully. Let's see. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Copy. Bringing it back to you. Maybe. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. My hair, I have like a comb over today. Whatever. Okay. Her lord is the one with the horns and pitchfork. My lord said, "You should not kill." Right? She's like, "But I'm a god. I'm a god." Yeah. All right, Trace. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. I really do. If you feel like it, if after the hearing, if you would like to come on, that'd be great. Just inviting. Sorry, y'all. It sucks to have to look at yourself. All right. So Trey said, "We're here, sitting out here with the prosecutor and court TV peeps because the courtroom isn't open yet, but this was at 10:02 a.m. I'm Central, so whatever it is, Arizona time." Okay. Okay, so, oh, crap, I just hit the wrong button. There we go. Me and Joe Schmo, prosecutors here in court TV. No Justin yet. A couple of court people. Tell me said hello. Yes. And I was hoping, okay, hold on. We counted exact seats. There's 30 exact seats inside the courtroom. Well, thank you, Private 91. I appreciate it. And it boasts the ego or the self-esteem, I'll say. How about that? Thank you. I mean, do not give up your seat, says just me. Who? I'm not giving up shit. I gave up a lot. Everything is for sale, though. No, I'm kidding. That's just a joke. Today is supposed to be short, so not expecting Nate or Lauren, but that's just a guess. Yeah. Yeah. What Jamie, yeah, Trace, you should be able to, if you mute, yeah, I did that. If you mute your phone, like turn off or just mute it, go check it, even check, like get Joe to call you and make sure that it won't go off. And, yeah, you should build it. I did in Idaho. I used my phone and yeah, I tweeted, or it was Twitter then. Okay. So I tweeted and, I had to. I couldn't just sit there and like be alone with my thoughts and not be able to make any, commotion or anything. Oh my God, that is, to me, that's like torture. It's torture to be like all straight laced and I don't know. I don't know. And it's hard. It's hard to be just, I don't know. It's hard to sit there and look at her and just, and then she's going to be like being her own lawyer, So this is going to be a freaking shit show, just like everybody else says. Just damn shit show, right? Hey, spread love, not hate. Welcome in. Justin Channel says 49 minutes. Thank you, Kim Edwards. Yeah, this courtroom has 30 seats exactly. Thank you, Trace. Trace on the case. You cannot hear us. Oh, in case. Okay. Crush extended an invite. If you and Joe are able and willing to come on and give us a review afterwards. Only if you want to, only if you can. Much appreciated. Not expected. Very, very appreciated. Hello, Nina Canadian. And Trey says, and a lot of people who work in the courthouse come in. You can tell by their ID. Lori's attorney just showed up again, looking put out and sighing. Right? Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you sigh? Just throwing that in there. The other attorney for her is here today, Abernathy. I remember that name. All right. Okay, let me throw up some banners and stuff. Let's see. Oh, we talked to my brother this morning right before coming on, and he moved from the prison that he was in, and they moved him to Lafayette, which is like it's like an hour away, and they put him into this reentry program. So, and they might shave off a month of his time, so he might come home in May instead of June. And he's so happy because there's good food. I was like, that's my brother, right? So just for all of you who keep up with, Todd, which is JJ's it's his biological father. And that's my brother, and his mom is Kay Woodcock. And yeah, that's Charles's nephew as well. So anyways, but yeah, I thought that was really good news. And it's just good to hear that he's doing good. Anyways, I hate when I talk slow like that. I didn't have my cup. And my stomach growled. Don't tell nobody. All right. Okay. Let's see. All right, let me go look over here. Okay. All right, so I do have, okay, let me pull this up. That's what we'll do. We'll pull this up too. I remember whenever I used to not be able to do any of this stuff, y'all. This is crazy. Hold on, I got to pull it up still. Crazy. So see, this is continuing coverage. I guess this is just this is actually just a picture or whatever, image. So I'm gonna pull it up on YouTube. Real quick and shut that off. Close player. Yeah. I don't see where it's waiting. Let's see. It probably has it on X. Hold on. I'm just really. Okay, here we go. Open link in new tab. That's not it. See, that's what it showed me. Somebody's cutting their grass next door, so sorry about that. I really can't wait to move. Just to have a house that's like has some kind of insulation in the walls, It's like I'm at the mercy of everybody. I'm like, okay, shh. Or I try not to put everybody out their way, the kids, and Jason's got to be sick of it by now. Just doing voiceovers and things like that. It's like, yeah, I like it silent, because I like ridicule myself enough, like, or you know what I mean? Like I'm super critical. And anyways, of how I sound, I hate the way I sound, but I don't know where it's at. Let me see. If anybody has the link to the Fox 10 News, where they're going to be playing her hearing. Because like Court TV has it. So does Law and Crime. They have their thing up too. So let me close this. Let's see what they got. Let me refresh. And I'm sure Trace is steadily saying stuff, but I'm too busy moving around. So happy for you, Krisha. Oh, well, waiting on waiting on the opportunity. The funds. They're on their way. Hopefully. Allegedly. We'll say allegedly for that. I mean, I hope. I mean, it's the first time I said anything and it's been over a year, you know? Ugh. Anyways. Right. The timeline speaks for itself. Lori, you are or wasting your breath. Justice for Charles. Amen to that, right? It does. And whenever you just kind of stand back and just read the timeline, just like you said, it's just like, yeah, no, no, slam dunk. We were going down that with Todd just now, and we're like, okay, the fact that they're not including Tylee's statement. I don't remember if Alex is in there or not. I want to say maybe that'll be today, but let's see. Hold on. Let me get some kind of literature in front of me so I'm not speaking out of my hind end. That's from 311. Let's see. Share this tab. And this is about the court minute entry ruling regarding media access, which was filed September 4th, 2024, provides the appropriate findings regarding why the court is overruling the defendant's continuing objection to media coverage. She only likes Keith, right? The reasoning and findings contained therein have not changed. However, the court finds no compelling public interest in broadcasting the jury selection process that outweighs the juror's statutory right to confidentiality. While transparency in the legal process is important, juror anonymity strikes the necessary balance between openness and the burden placed on those responsible for delivering justice. In addition,
Krisha,
oh God, yes, sorry, PTSD.
I don't know why I do that way because I have it too, but
What
um,
the hell?
I'm sorry. Okay. In the back chat is a link for their Fox 10 feed
Oh,
that will go live in like 30 something minutes or
well,
whatever.
thank you.
And
Appreciate that.
also, Trace is saying that Lori is in the courtroom already because she's putting things in the
Okay.
chat telling about it. So
Okay. So I need
I'll
to
hush you.
or if like you see that I'm busy, or maybe I can tell you, you can pin them too. Or actually,
Okay.
you want to pin them? Then I won't.
Well,
That
I'm
way,
saying, I don't, I would, okay, well, we can put it in there where we're
like
going to,
this, like you can pin the
okay.
comment.
Okay. I'm crazy.
That's
I
what I
don't,
mean.
I forgot what my job was. Okay.
No, you
I
don't.
got you.
Come on now.
No, I
It's
mean, I
a
forgot
huge
how to
help.
do that. I said it wrong.
I do that all the time. So welcome, 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 welcome to the inversion,
I
right?
said I Forrest Gump my way through life. So let me get over here and pin some comments.
It's like a box of chocolates, girl. Thank you. Yeah, this is Joe Schmo's channel link for you to go subscribe there too, because he's also boots on the ground. So we appreciate him as well. Is it a pre-trial today? Yes, it is, Elizabeth. And oh, poor thing. Thank you. So Trey says, me and Joe Schmo. Oh, I said this already. So that was earlier. Okay. Trying to get down to where I've not been. Okay. Okay. Lori's attorney just showed up again, looking put out and sighing like this. Right? Who wouldn't? Who would not sigh with Lori? Hold on. Oh, I can't enlarge it just yet. Not till it goes live. I'm trying my best to cut out all that stuff. This reminds me of doing the Idaho Chad's trial or whatever. Oh my God, we got a bigger courtroom for trial. We did. Yay. I mean, cool. I mean, that's good. I mean, because a lot of people were like, speaking of being put out, right? Discussing jury questionnaires right now. Awesome. Korahor. I like the way you spelled it too. In the House courtroom, let's await the narcissistic stupidity. Thank you, Hope Grace. Appreciate that. Justin is not there yet. Uh-oh. Prosecutor says she is worried about potential jurors knowing the names Tylee and JJ, and they're gonna need to ask specifically if they have ever heard of them. Prosecutor says she's worried. Okay. Hmm. I'm gonna star these as I see them too, if you can too, Donna, because then I can do a rundown when I go to start or we go to start. Um, Nene G says her lawyer probably wishes they could be there by portal. They're escaping by portal, is what they're doing. That's how they have to, deal with it. They have to dissociate like we do. We have to dissociate too. Thank you so much, Hope Grace. Appreciate you so much. It really does help. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's see. Hey, Janelle, how are you? Glad to see you. Lori's here, hair down. Uh-oh. Is it you know, did she wrap it around the bars? Is it fixed or so Lori's asking for her investigator to sit with her at trial. This is the Jeff White guy, right? I just remember that name because White is my last. I'm related to Whites and in my lineage and stuff. Yeah. Prosecutor and Lori's attorney speaking very friendly to each other. That's so cute. A lot of whispering. They're very loud whisperers, by the way. That's pointless. A lot of whispering, and I'm trying to listen in, but they're quiet. Ruh-roh. No Shih Tzu ponytail. No, Bewitched. Damn it. Oh my God, straight up. Oh, thank you. Hey, Marshall Dove. Good to see you here. Sue Chica. Hi, Crush and Mods, everyone. Where can I find the pins? What pins? Pin. PIN. I don't know. I don't know what that is. I mean, I don't know what that is in reference to. Tylee and JJ will be mentioned in the jury questionnaires. So check. No win for you, Lori. Let's see. I'll do this for right now. Oh, hello. One day. But see, then I got to look over here and it doesn't make sense. All right. No pony. No pony. Okay. Lori, Nene G says, Lori wanting a guy next to her for sure. Corey Hory. Yeah. Yes, she is. She can't help it. Like she just starts working her jelly, Um, Lori, Trace says, Judge says he knows they will lose people on that. And okay, I'm down. Yeah, we've lost many more people, real people. We can lose a few potential jurors. I like the way he goes.
Crasha.
Yeah, thank you.
I
Ding
think
dong.
it has not started. The court stuff is not doing, but he has started streaming. So you might can widen that window now, even though nothing's happening.
I mean, it is playing. But I mean, yeah, now I'll widen it. Yes, ma'am. I got you now. Get off that 300 right there. And we'll go to there. Like that.
I'm gonna back up.
Back that ass up. I'm sorry. I grew up in the time when that song was Back That Ass Up. Okay. So, all right. If you were born in the time when they played Back That Ass Up, let me know. Okay. I'm going to be the weirdest grandma, I swear. I swear. Now we're on to the Gilbert PD video that does not exist, right? My gosh. I was like, no, that does not exist. And if it's out public, then get it on the damn public where you got it, where you saw it or whatever. Doesn't, right? Prosecutor says she cannot find the video. Correct. Lori's high on life, y'all. Lori snarky about that. Oh, I can't wait to see it. We'll see it soon. Right here. Whatever this is. So Lori says that her former legal team won't talk to them at all. Girl, you done pissed them off. You done darked them out, I'm sure. Sorry. I can't help it. Talk about snark. Right? Dova says, my grandbabies will be singing from the windows to the wall to the sweat drop down my oh skis. Okay, anyways. Just saying. Weird grandmas. Laura, so yeah, her former legal team will not they won't talk to them at all. Won't talk to her or who's them? Yeah. So she says the previous legal team didn't turn things over to her. Don't piss them off. You know, you burn bridges, Lori, and pretty soon you run out of bridges. They're all burned down. Okay, you done burnt them up. She says the previous legal team didn't turn things over to her. It's because she's a shitty person. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Yeah, Nene G says, well, Dova says hip grandmas will be. Nene G says being rated 4D won't make her any friends. I mean, somebody needs to tell her. So Trace says judge will order they turn everything over. He's going to say, you have to turn everything over. I mean, we're getting late in the game here now. And Carolyn A says, Lori will never be able to enjoy her grandchildren. Y'all. And I sat there with Riley that time when we saw Colby and Kelsey and Riley. And I mean, it was so bizarre. I was just sat there on the floor with that little girl. Like, how can Lori, I'm thinking all this, like, how could she do this? Like, she looks just like Tylee, you know, and I was just playing blocks with her, playing with her, you know. Anyways, forfeit. Anyways, Lori's attorney went over and whispering to the assistant attorney. Psst, 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 psst. Sounds a little like that. Right? There you go, just me. The only ceiling video I remember is when Lori, oh crap, is when Charles was killed. That was Chandler, wasn't it? I don't remember a ceiling video. Ceiling. There was one video that was turned upside down, but it was in a cruiser. I don't know. So Trey says Lori's attorney went, oh, I already said that. It's right there. Bearcat says you and Kay are so funny. She gets it from me though. Just saying. So Trey says that Lori's shuffling her papers all around, trying to look all legal and stuff. That's not going to help. I mean, she's a translated being. Other translated beings, they don't have a problem with this. They can do two trials at once. You can basically take all the Chuck Norris jokes and then you can turn them into translated being jokes, and then they can all be about Lori. We can laugh and laugh and laugh. I wonder if I have my Uncle Charles's list of I have a list of his Charles Norris jokes. Just saying. I'm gonna find it. Oh, thank you, Bearcat. So yeah, Lori's every day she's shuffling. Okay, there you go. Oh, this is my day. Welcome to my head. Okay, because it's like a walking. I'm a walking iPod or something. Just whatever, something will catch me and I'll say a song from it or something. Crazy kids. Whoa, my bad. That was not supposed to be. Here, I put it up here in the corner. Yeah, where she belongs. Like a demon. Oh, thank you, little horses, for becoming a new member. Welcome to the family, right? Oh, hey, Angela, got my Yorkshire Terrier hairstyle on today. Yeah, girl. Oh, man. She is something else, y'all. She is something else, for real. I mean, how many of us are here? Like, you're here for the justice, but it's like, this is a shit show. It's like a train. Like, you're going to rubberneck. You're going to look at the accident on the side of the road. You can't help but look, you know? So Trey says the judge is reading some disclosure written by Lori. Oh my God. Can you imagine? She's like, I'm a warrior. Oh my God. Yeah. If it comes at you once, if it comes at you twice, it comes at you 3 times, Judge. It says it right here. You know? It's Says it right here in my Book of Mormon that you can kill. You can justify. Anyways, I'll shut up. Hey, Carolina and Cinnamon, hot, hot, hot. How you doing? Glad you're here. Prosecutor says she's got witness addresses at 10:30 last night. She needs to line up witnesses. Girl, get on the horn. I know this is prosecution, but damn. Okay, I need to know y'all's what do you okay. I know, and I mean I don't have much trial experience, okay? But I mean, Lord, not like my aunt. She's got all the trial experience, allegedly. She claims. But like compared to Idaho, and I'm not being ugly. I'm just being honest. Like I can barely like I'm just now knowing who the prosecutor is. Like it's not like I don't know. Just maybe it's just different, because the way it was like red carpet in Idaho and over here it's like this is just every damn day, This is just another damn day. So girl, we can laugh, cry, and yeah, it's like bipolar, tripolar up in here. No shade on people you know, with that, but you know what I'm saying. Let me hush. Learning as I go. Hell yeah. That's the only way I roll. That's the only way I know. Like, you can tell me all day, but I mean, I got to get in there and like jump in there. Try it. Thank you, Ashley Kane. It's so good to see your face. I hope you're doing okay. I really do. I think about you from time to time. Yeah, give her a temple recommend or else, okay? She's going to commit murder. Or go ahead and give her a temple recommend. She's going to murder anyways. I mean, double speak much? It's good for thee, but not for me. I need to make some merch with that. Good morning, Divergent. Morning, everyone. On my break at work and saw you are live. We are here. We are here. We are making it count for Lori. Damn Daybell. All day, every day. Twice on Doomsday. I wish some people would dress like the characters of Scooby-Doo and sit in the trial or characters from a Harry Potter movie. Girl, can you imagine? Oh my God. That's funny. Okay, thanks. I kept wanting to say thanks. THX1138 says there is closed circuit video of Alex's law enforcement interview, but not Lori, Mel, and Tylee. Okay. Yeah, that's from the ceiling. But yeah, so just maybe her investigator got it wrong. Let's just say that. And I mean, that's just a preamble to what we can expect from her investigator, maybe. Just kind of like I did, maybe he's depending on AI. Don't do that. Okay. So Trace on the case says, oh, Lori just totally cut off her investigator after judge asked him a question. She's going to steal everybody's thunder. Okay. That's her thunder. She is going to chase it. She's going there she's going to clap. Yeah, thunder. Get it? Clap of thunder. Oh, Dova says, AZ is brutal if you commit a crime. We used to go to the river often on our boat. We knew to be on our best behavior. Punishments there are harsher. Good. I didn't say that. I did. Lori is whining. She has a hard time communicating due to being locked down 23 hours. Wait, cue the music. Okay. Cry me a river. Rumor has it. Whatever the hell she said. I know I don't go with that, but still, she is such a bee. Just a bee. A translated bee at that. She's got clap. Yes, she does. Prosecutor is discussing Nate. That's interesting. Like, I just want to know why, right? Come on, starting soon. Trace is probably tired by now, but I so appreciate you, Trace. Doesn't know why he's on the witness list. He's like, why? I'm on the witness list. What up? She's sending Satan tacos to Antarctica with her wrath. You got to fold them in half, though. Sorry. So, Little Horses, which courthouse is she in? Does anyone know? Trace does. She's there. Rowan to you says, strange. Could sworn I watched Alex's, Lori, and Tylee's police interview on YouTube. was a redhead interviewing Lori and Tylee. Yeah, that was Detective Yinklin. She's talking about with her, Tylee, and Melanie together. The purse incident. Lip gloss. Remember, she was like, I just need my lip gloss. All his stuff will be gone. All his things will be gone. Everything will be gone, including his life. Speaking of lip gloss. Trace, pull out your damn lip gloss right now and just slather it on every chance you get. Just be like, oh yes, just gotta have my lip gloss. Jason, my fiance, who's wonderful, my rock. Oh my God, he's my rock. Thank all of you for showing up and the strength. Oh, he can't spell my name. Boy, you're in trouble. I love you. It's so sweet. Carolina's laughing, so that's good. Phoenix or Mesa? It's Phoenix, huh? Trace, what courthouse are you in? Phoenix or Mesa? Judge told Lori if she wants Dorkin. I laughed because Colby, he's like, Ronnie Dorkin, whatever. It's funny to extract him. Okay. Judge told Lori if she wants Dorkin to be working on the Torkin to extract info still, she's not ready for trial. So if she's still wanting this dude to be extracting info for her, then she can't be ready for trial. I think that's the gist, right? Since it's Taco Tuesday, today is Satan Taco Tuesday. Absolutely. Lori's complaining it took too long for the expert. Judge said, you're the one who wanted this trial so speedy. Oh my God. Come on with the video. I gotta see this. I love when karma serves it up, y'all. It's so beautiful. And I always said, if it's always good if you can sit there with the bag of popcorn and enjoy it, so damn. Okay, good. Hey, Alpha Femme. Good to see you. The Melanies are culpable in all this. It's infuriating that they haven't been held accountable. You and all of America and all the world. Yeah, we all are right there behind you. Just me says she's got a thing with dorks, doesn't she? I think so. And Carolyn says, Crush, I watched a video about the Speaker of the House. Those people are all doomsday preppers advising your president. Unbelievable. Right? Just bring out a chainsaw. Nothing to fear here. Nothing to fear. Right? Just another damn Satan Taco Tuesday. Let's see. Trace on the case says, Judge feels her expert doesn't have time to do what she wants because he's being realistic and she's probably not. Well, I mean, it appears. I don't want to just say she's not being, but I mean, she's not being realistic or reasonable. Lori wants what was on Charles's phone. Prosecutor says that was already released. Oh yeah, we all read it, girl. We all read it. You are so beyond, way back. You way back there. Better catch up. Translated B. That is good, huh? It is translated B. Just saying. Sorry, I pushed that one out the way. Good morning from Apple Valley, California. Hey, cuz. Oh, you need to do apple bottom jean. Okay, anyway, sorry. That's a taco I'll pass on and throw in the trash. Amen. Yeah. You fold it up and send it to Antarctica. I have a hard time saying it. Judge asking if she wants to go to trial this month or wait for her expert to do his job. She has all this time on her hand. Why don't she shouldn't even need an investigator. In my opinion, she got all the time. Oh, wow. Lori says, proceed. Lori says, proceed. Effing translated bees. There you go. For a translated being, she's making some common mistakes. I wonder if she needs to go potty. Oh my God. Y'all, if she takes a potty break during the trial, you're like, you need to wear Depends, girl, or something, because you don't pee, you don't eat, you don't sleep, you don't poo, you don't pee, you don't die. Let's try. Let's just see. I don't know. I've never tested a translated being. Have you? How does she know that? Let's try it out. Judge kind of encouraging Lori, asking for a continuance. Really? Huh. This is interesting. Dun dun dun. Rowan to you says the phone she used to initiate the supposed fight that led to Charles's murder. Yeah, that one. This shit goes deep, Carolyn A says. Lori's so damn freaking snarky. She is. When she says that Charles was being smirky and jerky, I was like, look in the mirror, ho. I'm sorry. Look in the mirror, translated ho. There you go. So we're grown ups here, right? I do have it set to no children, so this ain't a safe place. Hug well received. Thank you so much. I'm doing great, and I hope that you are too. Oh, that's awesome. Janelle. Lori snark, 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 so snark. Lori snarks. There you go. Y'all, this is me all day. You don't want to be in my head. We're lucky we're limited to a little window of time. I admit I'm petty. Me too. Hashtag me too. Bewitched. If you're petty, hashtag that. Hashtag I admit I am petty. Hello, Eliz Witt. Hi. Hey, Krisha, sending love and prayers to you and your family. Thank you so much. That means a lot. It really does. Thank you for being here. And he loved her. And he loved her. It keeps moving. And wanted her to get help. It is sad. It is. Yep. It really sucks. Damn. Carolina says, damn, Lori Daybell is going to argue back and forth with the judge like a dang 5-year-old. She doesn't need an investigator. She can just portal her ass to do her investigations, right? I mean, she's the Lord's favorite. Should just download like it does Chad. So Trey says that prosecutors asking if Lori will testify. Oh my God. That would be awesome. Lori says she isn't disclosing that right now. She is because she wanted to in Idaho. At least that's what we heard. She wanted to in Idaho, and they were like, no, sit down, clown. So I bet you she will. And her saying that, yeah. Mm-hmm. No, unfortunately. Translated beings don't die, though. I just want to know. If she does, her attorney will ask the questions she writes down. She's going to ask herself her own questions. That is hilarious. Wait, but she's not prosecution. Or I don't know how this goes because it's weird. So she's pro se. Let's say she testifies. I mean, I thought it was like you get to just stay in the same lane that the prosecutors do. You know, you don't really get to go outside the scope. That would be her narcissist self to do a continuance. No, it would not. Like to push through? She would not. I think she just want to be an ass and continue to turn the pain up. That's what she does. But this is what me and Jason do. We just sit here and discuss strategy all the time. It's crazy. We're always opposite. Maybe she has to give narrative testimony, Alpha Sim says. Lori says she has emotions.
Good morning, everyone. Fox
Hey,
10
hey,
investigator
Justin. Welcome
Justin
to
Lum
Difficult
here.
Research.
We are covering Lori Vallow
Thank you.
Daybell's pre-trial hearing about to start in just moments. First of all, I want to introduce you guys to our special projects executive producer, George Obi. We have been covering this saga, Obi, for 5 years now, a little more than 5 years now. And here
It's
we are
few
just
seconds
weeks away
delay.
from jury selection and, of course, the doomsday mom representing herself in her own case. And we're going to button down some things in this next hearing that should last about half hour or so. So thank you
Yep.
guys all for joining us. George, it's
Shit.
basically pre-season for this trial, one of two.
It's kind of ironic that this is the case that kind of started this whole saga, and here we are 6 years later. So
Yeah.
this will finally come to a head as this first of many streams for us in the coming weeks?
Yeah, so pre-trial is important because you're talking about evidence that's still
Hey,
being
Tom.
gone through. I mean,
How are you?
22 terabytes of evidence we know in this
Anytime you
case
want to come
alone
up,
here
you
in
just
Arizona, and we've
holler.
done a
Okay.
roadmap
I just don't know
basically
how to get in
because
touch
of
with
Lori
anybody.
Vallow Daybell's Idaho trial
I would
in
love to talk to
2023,
you.
where she was convicted of killing
We
her
listened to your book
children,
earlier.
JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan, and in the murder conspiracy in the death of Tammy Daybell, Chad Daybell's first wife. So there's a lot there. You've been following this, you know the people we're talking about, but this is going to be some key issues brought up today because of this hearing that's beginning
Everybody
right
say
now,
hi to
and we'll
juror number
take you there
18,
live
Tom Evans.
streaming.
Oh,
001704.
okay.
Your Honor, for the record, this Trini K on behalf of the state, and for the record, the next of kin and the victim in the 2022 matter are appearing virtually.
All right.
Good morning, Your Honor. Pamela Hicks and Robert Abernathy as advisory counsel for Ms. Daybell.
Go ahead and announce.
Lori Daybell.
All right. Thank you. My courtroom assistant said there's some issue with advisory counsel at the table.
I apologize, Your Honor. I didn't think about the logistics, so I'll just let Ms. Daybell.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to ask if I could have my investigator up here at the table, because if I needed to ask him something, then I need him available.
Yeah, any side can designate an investigator to sit with them through the trial and through court proceedings. So that you can have, if you can fit 3 chairs there, that's fine. Otherwise, advisory counsel could scoot her chair behind, whatever you think is logistically easier.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. I just received word literally 2 minutes ago that we will be using Judge Kemp's courtroom, and we can use it for the entire first trial, which is in the South Court Tower, which will give us more space as needed. Have the parties, I had my staff drop off the proposed questionnaire on your table this morning. I know you just got it this morning. You may need some time to read through it. That's my proposed questionnaire. Obviously, there's maybe a lot more questions that either side would like to ask the potential jurors in follow-up. So this is not limiting what would be asked ultimately to the jurors. In addition to this, the questions in this questionnaire, when the potential jurors come in, I always go over the burden of proof. I go over credibility of witnesses in a little more detail, especially as it pertains to how people perceive officer testimony, and some other areas I'll highlight. So I intend on asking more than just what's in this questionnaire, but this questionnaire is intended to get through some of the bigger issues, such as pretrial publicity or opinions people may have had or exposure to the case people may have had, and then it has the questions where we may lose additional jurors on the trial schedule, and then victims of crime, views about police officer, and then if they've been charged or a close family member has been charged with a criminal offense, and to explain that. Any comments from the state?
Judge, in terms of publicity, I think my concern would be that when the jurors come in here and start hearing about the case or hearing testimony about the case, they'll hear the names Tylee and JJ, which obviously were more, there was more publicity about those than about Charles Vallow. And so I think if we really want to ensure that the jury is unbiased and has had no pretrial publicity with regards to the defendant, we're going to have to question them as to their knowledge of her other convictions out of Idaho. That was something that was just incredibly all over the media.
I agree, but I think that may happen in individual voir dire. This initial questionnaire, if they recognize the name Vallow or Daybell and they've been exposed to something in the media about it, they should tell us about what they know about it and about whether they know about that other case and whether they know about anything that happened to it, about it. So I anticipate losing a number of jurors just based on that. But I agree with you. Some may say they've been exposed to it, but it wouldn't affect their ability to be fair. And in individual voir dire, we can explore those options. I don't want to necessarily taint the whole pool by saying, hey, she's got these convictions in this other state.
And Your Honor, I don't propose we talk about the convictions, but we will hear the names JJ and Tylee in this trial. So that's my concern, is if we don't raise those names, whether or not we put them in the list as people that they may hear.
What I could do is on question 15, where it lists out my name, the court staff, I forgot, I need to include your name, the attorney's names, the advisory council's names in there. I'll add those. But at the bottom where it says other potential witnesses, I could do a third or another category that says other people that may be referenced but are not going to testify and list those names. That's fine. Is there any in addition to those two?
That would be the only for that. I think the other issue is, of course, the defendant's supplemental 15.2 names.
When was that filed? I haven't seen it.
I filed actually 2 motions to preclude them all and emailed them to your court Sunday.
Okay, maybe that's in my folder that's on my desk. Before we,
Defense filed that on the 12th of March.
okay, before we get to that, let me ask the defendant. Other comments on the proposed questionnaire and the information that we're going to put in there?
I think it's
What's that?
pretty clear.
Okay, do you have any objection to listing Tylee and JJ because they will be mentioned?
No.
Okay. All right, let's take a look here. Let me ask the state, you have 21 witnesses listed. I need to look at the defense witnesses that were listed. And we're after jury selection. I recognize jury selection could take longer than the initial week that I've set forth, but from April 7th to May 15th, the current screening, that is 20 full days of trial and 2 half days, so essentially 21 days of trial. Do you really think we need to screen that far out? I know you're being overly cautious.
I think, especially given that I'm not positive we'll pick a jury in that first week, I think we should, Your Honor.
All right. Defense have any comment on how we're screened through May 15th?
I think it's plenty of time, Your Honor, myself.
All right, let's deal with a couple things. First, I've received the notice of compliance. That was when the defendant requested the Gilbert video. Is that apply to the second case or this case?
Your Honor, it's an incident that occurred in January. It's not really, it was disclosed because it is mentioned in the DR. The defense had filed a motion for the state to disclose that, and then had brought up again on the 11th that the state had not disclosed it, that there was some YouTube video of that. I have looked for said YouTube video. I have gone through the police report. I don't know what video she's discussing, but we're not aware of any video that hasn't been disclosed. So I'm just providing notice that disclosure is complete as to that police report that is peripherally relevant.
All right. Any comment on that?
Yes, Your Honor. For clarity, is the state proposing that there is no video or that they don't have to give it to me because it's not attached to that DR number?
I think what she said was she's not aware of what video you referenced. So as far as her knowledge, she doesn't have it and doesn't know about it.
So I should go directly to Gilbert Police Department to get it?
Well, last time you were in court, you said your investigator or someone told you about it.
A mitigator.
A mitigator.
Showed it to me.
If they have that link, why don't they just send it to the state, and that may help the state determine if that's something they've already disclosed?
I will tell you why they won't, because that is my former team and they will not do anything to help my investigator, my paralegal. They won't give us any information that they found. They won't talk to us at all because apparently there was a conflict. So they will not help us. They will not send us anything. They will not email us anything. They will not answer anything that we ask them to. So that has been the response from my former defense team. That's where we are.
All right. Do you know, and maybe your advisory councils can speak to this, did they turn over a file to you or did you have to start from scratch?
No, from what I understand, all they turned over was the 22 terabyte hard drive, and that is it. They didn't turn on any notes, any work product, nothing that they had done to that point. Continue to stand by that today, even though a lot of that information I gave to them, they would not give it back to me.
All right, I'm gonna make an order and it'll be in the minute entry that they turn over a copy of their entire file, including any mitigation information that was gathered to the advisory council. That makes Hicks, you look like you want to say something.
I don't know. No, I'm good, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so I'll do a more detailed order about, they should have turned over a copy of their entire file to advisory council when they withdrew. All right, so I've read the defendant's disclosures that were filed March 6th and March 12th, as well as the state's motion to preclude. And well, let me start. Have you received any response from the defense, anyone from the defense team since you filed this on March 16th?
Your Honor, last night at 10:30 or so, defendant's investigator sent over a list of the addresses of the witnesses. I did speak with him this morning. I still am unclear if defense will be setting up those interviews or if they will be providing phone numbers to the state to set them up ourselves. As for the expert, again, last night at like 10:30 at night, defense investigator emailed the state and indicated that the defense expert would need to or wanted to obtain the physical laptops and cell phones that the police had impounded so that he could then review them, do his own sub-right or extractions. So obviously the expert hasn't even begun work, let alone, they've also requested all impounded items from law enforcement. I'm unclear if they're asking for ones that were impounded in Idaho as part of their investigation or just the ones here. The statements from the investigator appears to be all of them, which would mean the state would have to request Idaho to send those to the investigator. So again, given all of those issues, I don't see how that it would be possible for the state to provide that to the expert prior to this trial beginning, let alone to get a report or an opinion prior to this trial beginning.
All right, let's set aside Dworkin for the time being. So well, let me ask the investigator. What's your name, sir?
Jeff
Jeff what?
White.
Okay, Mr. White, are you going to be setting up interviews for the state to interview whatever potential witnesses the defendants noticed?
I'm trying to verify, excuse me, sir. I'm trying to verify the phone numbers to be correct. I do have a few of them, but some of them I'm trying to make sure that these are the correct numbers.
Okay.
I did the searches for them, and I have to apologize. I left yesterday, and for some odd reason, my email just did not go through. So,
Your Honor, my understanding is that the state has interviewed every single person on my witness list previously. That's where I got the people from the interviews that they had from the state previously. So I understand that they're allowed to do another interview of them, but they have interviews of every single person that is on my list with the exception of one.
Which is who?
Which is Nate Eaton.
Okay. When you say the state's done the interview, do you mean police or someone from the prosecutor's office?
In discovery, I have interviews with police on every single one of the witnesses that are on my list.
Okay.
So I know that they had their addresses. I know that we were trying to get the addresses to them in the quickest way possible. And where I am at the jail, the communication is very difficult for me to get a hold of my investigator, to get a hold of my paralegal. I'm 23 hours a day locked down. If I don't have Wi-Fi, I don't have a phone. If I don't have battery, I don't have a phone. I don't have access to get to people. So I understand the time constraints, and we're doing the best that we can of getting things answered, getting things put together.
So as a threshold question, your assertion is that all these people that you've listed in your notices have relevant information for trial?
Correct.
And do you know if the police have interviewed these people?
Your Honor, the first
referenced.
listed person is a reporter. So I'm not really sure the relevance of a reporter.
He's the only one that hasn't been. So that's what I stated.
So, Your Honor, the point is to start with, one, these people, I'm not sure all of them actually have been interviewed. Those that have would have been interviewed 5 years ago. So whether or not their addresses are correct, unclear. It's not the state's responsibility for the defendant to do the defendant's work and find these people. I have an absolute right to do interviews just as the defendant does. So in terms of the witnesses, I think that most of them, as best I can guess, would be character evidence, which would be improper under 405. So depending on what they say, then I need to file motions to preclude or motions in limine for any or all of these witnesses.
All right, so it's premature to address these today. The state's going to have to interview them and find out if, in their opinion, they have relevant information or not. And then if there's a dispute out there as to whether or not they'd be called, I'll have to deal with that as it comes up.
Well-
But if they're unable to be located or interviewed, obviously they won't be called at trial. Mr. Dworkin, if you want him to do extractions, you're not ready for trial. So in order for him to do the work that he's requesting, getting copies of a laptop or a cell phone or whatever the case may be, that's going to take him time to extract and analyze and then prepare a report, months maybe.
I understand that, Your Honor, and I'm hoping he can do it in an expedited manner. I requested him from OPDS on January 14th. He got approved on March 7th
Well,
from OPDS.
you're the one pressing for your speedy trial, so you kind of have to make a decision on, we're set for trial. You want to go to trial or you want to have him do that work that you want? Because I don't think both are going to happen. Even if he got the laptops today, generally those types of things can take weeks, even months to analyze and prepare a report on.
I understand that, and I also understand that I've only been given 10 hours for him from OPDS, right? So if he could spend 10 hours this week getting them ready, then he can give us a report with the best that he can do.
Well, the report's already late technically, but if it were allowed, first of all, it's going to take time to coordinate him getting the, let's start here. Specifically, what are you requesting? Because the state wasn't clear whether you were requesting items here impounded by a particular police department or items that may be impounded in Idaho.
Well, I'm sure that my investigator would like to have all of those things done, and I realize that we're on a time constraint, and I would be only concerned with one item, which is at Chandler Police Department, which was Charles, my husband's phone, Charles Vallow's phone. And I would like a copy of the extraction that they took from it, the digital forensic extraction from Chandler Police could be given to him immediately. That would be very helpful.
Wasn't that already disclosed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was that part of the initial terabyte?
Yes.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Everything that I have is on a 22 terabyte. So if
Hard
hard drive. So if I give that away, I can't do my work.
Well, can't you make copies of files out of it?
22 terabytes.
I understand that.
Okay.
So what's your proposal?
I'll take it up.
I mean, if you have all that information in a file, I'm not saying you have to copy the whole 22 terabytes, but there's a file in there somewhere that's the Cellbrite extraction already for that requested item that's been in defense possession for however long now.
I'll take it up to Lonnie.
So I'm happy to make an order, but again, if he's not done with that information you want, are you still wanting to proceed to trial at the end of this month?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would ask leave that depending on what Mr. Dworkin says,
Well,
would
it
put
could
this-
still be precluded because depending on what his opinion is, first of all, it's late under the rules of evidence and rules of disclosure. And secondly, depending on what he says, the state would have to have an opportunity to consult with an expert as well. So even if he got something done, it could still be precluded, but I'll give him the opportunity to do whatever it is that you think he needs to do to analyze that. But that information's been in defense possession for months, if not over a year.
more than a year, Your Honor.
And he was just approved by OPDS last week, Your Honor.
I thought you said he was approved. You applied in January.
I applied for him in January and last Friday, he got approved.
again, this is one of those things where you have to weigh your options on whether it's worth it to get a continuance so you can have your defense do the work that you want done on your defense. But if you're telling me you don't want to do that,
I would like to do that, but my situation in my housing department precludes me from doing that.
from asking for a continuance,
No, from getting things done in an effective and quick manner.
all right, well, so you're telling me you don't want a continuance because any information he has at this point could be precluded as being untimely.
I understand that is the rule, and I understand how unfair and prejudicial that would be to me.
So I guess I'm gonna have to cross the bridge on whether these notice defense witnesses are even able to be located and interviewed before I make a decision on whether they have relevant information and can be called at trial.
Obviously, Honor, we have a little over a week to try to interview these people, so I will
understand.
file something at the end of next week indicating who I've been able to reach and interview and ask to preclude everyone else.
All right.
They also obviously ask to preclude them regardless,
Right.
based upon what they may say.
All right. What else do we need to address today then? From
Honor,
this-
the only other motion that we did not address last week was the state 609 motion. I presume the defendant will likely testify, so I don't know if we wanted to address that now.
Are you prepared to address that now?
No.
I generally will, I guess I'll advise the defendant now that if you choose to testify, it's likely that the jury would hear about the convictions. But at your request, they could be sanitized, meaning that they would only hear about the fact that you have convictions as opposed to what the nature of the conviction are. But that would be up to you whether you want that information out or not. And then the jury would receive a limiting instruction that the existence of those convictions is only to be used for the purposes of determining credibility. So you should be aware of that when you make a decision on whether you want to testify or not. Oh, if you do want to testify, it will be question and answer, meaning you need to write out all your questions that you want to be asked and have one of your advisory counsels ask those questions to you when you're on the witness stand.
Right.
Okay, so you can't take the witness stand and just give a narrative. It'll be question and answer.
So am I supposed to reply to the 609? Is that what you're saying? And ask for it to be sanitized if I want that?
We can talk about that when we actually have a 609 hearing, but
Okay.
yeah, you can make that request orally. You don't have to do a written response. I indicated last time for your opening statement and closing argument and questioning witnesses that you'll pretty much be limited to the podium.
Mhm.
We'll be in a different courtroom apparently for trial, but it'll be set up very similarly. Either your investigator or one of your advisory counsels will approach witnesses with exhibits if you have to show a witness an exhibit. So I'll have to do the same limitations on the state. The state would be confined pretty much to the area of the podium, and the state would have someone assist in approaching witnesses with exhibits and that sort of thing. All right.
I have some motions that I'd like to file. I've had a really hard time getting, my paralegal
copies
is
for the
very
state?
busy. I don't have copies.
All right, we'll make copies and give them to the state, and then we'll file them, and depending on what they are, I'll rule on them as the response and replies come in, or we may have to address them depending on what they are. So plan on that questionnaire going out. I think we said next Thursday, the 20th, will be sent out to potential jurors for the first batch of jurors, and then the responses would be cut off on the 26th.
Judge is going to be sent out Monday the 24th and will end on Monday the 27th.
All right. And then I'll meet with the parties on the 31st to go over those remote responses. So that'll be the 31st at 10:30 a.m. Then again, I'll just reiterate on April 1. Are we having we're not having walk-ins, Izzy, until the 1st?
Correct.
Okay, and then on the 1st, we will meet again, and for the rest of that week, we'll likely be meeting at 10:30 and continuing with jury selection every day until we get enough jurors. Hopefully we get enough the first week. If we have to, we'll go into the second week.
Judge, I know that I'd given you a date that I was going to need to be dark on. I'm going to put out there, since I obviously don't know when we will get the jury picked. I do have some witnesses that are flying in, so I may have some days where I may need to end a little early or whatnot to try to accommodate some witness schedules. But I'll keep the court updated once we get a jury picked.
I think we'll have a good idea by about day 2 of jury selection, whether we're going to need to go into the next week or not. That reminds me, though, is I would like the parties to plan on, we're going to have a much better idea after about the second week of trial and the first trial, how the second trial will unfold as far as how many jurors we might need. But I would like the parties to plan on doing another remote questionnaire with a much larger pool for the second trial and meeting on Friday, May 30th. I'm just giving you a heads up as far as this is concerned. And then for scheduling purposes, so everyone knows, I'm planning on probably going Monday through Friday of the week of June 2nd, as well as Monday through Friday, the week of June 9th, to try to get as much done as we can. And then there's going to be some dark days there toward the end of June, but we need to get it done by July 4th.
Your Honor, when are you planning on starting that trial?
So jury selection would be the starting May 30th. All right, anything else from the state for today? If you want to stick around, we'll get you copies of those motions.
I do. Your Honor, I guess the only other thing is, for the questionnaire, are we going to put in the defendant's 15.2 witness list?
I'll put in those names preliminarily. It doesn't hurt, just in case anyone is called from that list. And if anyone knows any of those people, I will put that in, actually. Anything else from the defense?
So I'm unclear on where we stand with the video that I requested.
The state says they don't know what video you're talking about. They've disclosed everything they have. So I'm going to make an order to your prior team to give you whatever that is. If you have a link in that information, you can forward it to the state so the state can see if that's something they've already disclosed or if that's something Gilbert didn't give them, or on the other hand, since it was told you secondhand or showed you secondhand, whether it's something different than what you thought it was. I don't know. So I'll make an order that they hand over all those things to you, so maybe you can figure that out. But at this point, the state says they've disclosed everything that they have and everything that they're aware of.
And in that order, they'll give it to my advisory council, or who?
Who do you want me to, I was gonna say give it to your advisory council. Do you want a more narrowed order? Maybe any mitigation work that was collected, or do you want a broad order that's basically everything in their possession?
Well, it would be nice if they could turn over everything in their possession that we worked on.
I was just thinking
together.
it would be easier for you maybe to find that needle in a haystack if it was a more narrow order.
Well, she knows what the link is, and she could just give it to us, and we asked for her to do that, and
What's that?
the attorney said, no, she can't do that. She can't give you any.
What's that mitigator's name?
My mitigator's name? Pamela.
On your prior.
Pamela Kearney.
Do you know how do you spell Kearney?
Cerny.
All right, I'll make a specific reference to that.
And do we need an order, Your Honor, to pick up my husband's phone at Chandler Police so that Lonnie can do the extraction?
Well, you already have that extraction in your discovery. What's the state's position on Lonnie Dworkin meeting someone at, you said Chandler, right? Chandler
Yes, at
Police
Chandler Police
Department to do another extraction.
Your Honor, obviously the state and defense have always had stipulations so that should something happen to the device while it's in the possession of Mr. Dworkin, that there are now no issues with chain of custody or anything else. So the state would have to draw up a release, have that scheduled on who it's going to be picking it up, have the defendant sign that release indicating that she understands that should anything happen to that she waives those rights to claim those things. So
I think what I was asking was,
um,
does Mr. Dworkin have the ability to just do the extraction on site?
on site where? At Chandler?
At Chandler.
I don't think the police departments allow anyone to go in there and conduct their work in the police department.
Okay. All right, so to maintain the chain of custody, the state can draw up an agreement, and if the defendant signs that agreement, then Mr. Dworkin could pick up that phone.
That's perfect. Logistically, how's that gonna happen?
She's gonna forward that to your investigator, and I guess he'll have to come down and have you sign it.
Okay.
All right. Be at recess.
All right. If you're just joining us, you are watching the Lori Vallow Daybell trial coverage. That was the pretrial conference. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here with Special Projects EP George Obi. Where do we start? I mean, first off, we just left off Lori Vallow talking about her husband, Charles Vallow. We know that is her former husband that she's accused of conspiring to kill.
Right.
Her late brother, Alex Cox, shot him in their home, and she wants the phone. She wants a lot of evidence. So what we're getting here is that she doesn't seem very prepared to represent herself if her expert witness doesn't even have the devices. And here we are just about 2 weeks away from trial.
It is kind of shocking that a case like this, that she's had this much time, she's requesting a speedy trial. We know from you and I both know how much evidence involved in this case, and for any investigator working on their own to try and delve through all of that in this short amount of time, almost impossible.
22 terabytes of evidence on a hard drive that they are for certain still going through. But first off, the jury questionnaire, very important because we've been through this before in Idaho twice with Chad and Lori in those trials. Pre-trial publicity. This has been going on for 5 years now, and prosecutor Trina Kay just said that the Idaho case specifically has been all over the media. It's been covered nationally, internationally, and that they plan to mention JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan in that questionnaire and Lori Vallow Daybell's name so people can be truthful and say if they know anything about the case. But the judge was also considering, well, how do we, not put in that she's been convicted in another state, and you're not going to get away from that. She's a convicted child killer.
I think that unfortunately, in this day and age, it's very difficult to hide those things. We've seen in other high-profile cases, at least in this county, that the possibility of finding a jury, a jury of your peers who may not have followed this case, I think you have a better chance in a county like this than say a small town like Boise, Idaho, where that was the story of the year.
Yeah.
But again, it's going to be interesting because, as we'll talk about later, we're going to have two trials back to back. And so the media coverage on this trial will certainly impact a jury potentially for the next trial, which is going to happen immediately after this one.
Especially when we cover this trial for Charles Vallow every day.
Yeah.
And then it's going to be the one for Brandon Boudreaux, her ex-nephew-in-law, who was shot at in his Gilbert driveway. and he fortunately survived. And Trina K, the prosecutor, says she doesn't expect them to find a jury in the first week. The judge is hoping for opening statements to begin on April 7th and get through the jury questionnaires in person voir dire April 1st through April 3rd. And they'll have about 200 jurors first off fill out this questionnaire. So we have about 6 weeks slated out. This was interesting that Lori Vallow Daybell called out her former defense and said that they basically said, here's the 22 terabytes. There's no file or anything else that they provided them with. They don't answer calls or emails. And she's basically throwing them under the bus, saying they're not helping us. So we want to show you that exchange as far as what she was explaining. Glenn, if we could take that soundbite, it's about a minute's worth in court earlier.
I have looked for said YouTube video. I have gone through the police report. I don't know what video she's discussing, but we're not aware of any video that hasn't been disclosed. So I'm just providing notice that disclosure is complete as to that.
For clarity, is the state proposing that there is no video or that they don't have to give it to me because it's not attached to that DR number?
I think what she said was she's not aware of what video you referenced. So as far as her knowledge, she doesn't have it and doesn't know about it.
So I should go directly to Gilbert Police Department to get it?
Well, last time you were in court, you said your investigator or someone told you about it,
A mitigator
a mitigator.
showed it to me.
If they have that link, why don't they just send it to the state, and that may help the state determine if that's something they've already disclosed.
I will tell you why they won't, because that is my former team and they will not do anything to help my investigator, my paralegal. They won't give us any information that they found. They won't talk to us at all because apparently there was a conflict. So they will not help us. They will not send us anything. They will not email us anything. They will not answer anything that we ask them to. So that has been the response from my former defense team. That's where we are.
All right. Okay. So you heard a little bit there from that exchange in the courtroom. So let's talk about who is Lonnie Dworkin. He is the expert witness here that is basically helping Lori Vallow Daybell, and he was just approved recently to be your expert witness. And the judge basically tells her in court that you've had a lot of time to make copies of these 22 terabytes, and even though he wasn't approved until now, like you're gonna have to transfer all that evidence to him, and it doesn't look like you're ready because he doesn't even have the devices. So that's where
Yeah.
we're at.
Yeah, and I, as somebody pointed out in the chat earlier, the same expert here was also testified in the Jodi Arias trial. It is interesting the approach she's going to take with forensic evidence. Again, we've talked about how much evidence there is. The video, you and I have tried to figure out exactly what she's talking about.
The YouTube video.
Exactly, and where this is coming from, why she feels it's so important that she has this video and how that pertains to her case. But again, depending on which angle she's going to take, it's a very interesting position that he's in to try and decipher all of this information and then again get out of it what she wants him to get out of it.
Mhm.
Because again, we still don't know exactly what video she's referencing.
Context is key, and that's why it's so great we have the time to really chew on this right here in Studio 3. She's talking about a Gilbert police video. Obviously, this is a Chandler investigation
Right.
into the murder of Charles Vallow. But as we know, Charles Vallow, her husband, pleaded with Gilbert police in January 2019 to get her mental help.
Mhm.
And at some point during that span of about 24 hours, she goes into the Gilbert Police Department because she says Charles has taken her purse, and he's trying to basically get her like in front of someone. You know,
Right.
he's doing whatever he can because this is just after she had allegedly threatened to murder him, talked about being a god, and he's thinking that she's having a true mental breakdown. So she's in Gilbert police, and we have the body camera footage that's
Mhm.
been posted, you know, for a long time. We have
Right.
those records, but we never seen any other video that she's alluding to some sort of interrogation room or some aerial view that she brought up in the last hearing. So we'll see what happens with that. The judge says he will order the former defense team to basically turn over a file, an actual file that they should have. Now, also witnesses that have been noticed by the defense. They include family members, but they also include our friend Nate Eaton with East Idaho News. And the question is, why does she want Nate Eaton on this list? The prosecutor is a little bit confused. Luckily, I'm not on the list. I don't know what's going to happen with that, but obviously that's another interesting note there.
Yeah, it's interesting because first of all, and I think the elephant in the room is it's rare, in at least in a high profile case like this, for a defendant to represent themselves. So, I think the rules around a trial, they change a little bit when you have someone who is clearly not an attorney, has never tried a case, and now this individual, Lori, is trying to defend herself in court. So no matter who she calls, um, it'll be interesting to see how they teach her to approach each witness, um, and what she's trying to get out of them to help her defense. I think that some of the witnesses will see standard issue, prosecutors defense. A lot of the questions will be the same. I am curious to see how she's going to approach Nate,
Mhm.
what the line of questioning will be, what the relevance is for his role in all of this, because Nate only started. I mean, Nate's involvement came after all of this,
Mhm.
right? We're talking about a case 2019 that kind of set the wheels in motion for this
Yep.
entire
Right at
saga,
the start of the year.
right? And so Nate came in much later than I think than some of us did. So I am curious to see what she's going to ask him, and what the judge allows her to either get out of him or some of these other witnesses. Because again, as I said, you've got an individual who clearly is new to all of this. It looks like she's got some support, but again. You have to be very careful, especially in the eyes of a jury, how you approach every witness,
Yeah.
and the questions you ask them.
We started covering this in December 2019. So did East Idaho News, who she's noticing as a witness. But obviously there was so much to uncover from the Chandler case, and then Nate's involvement comes in as he confronts her in Hawaii. We've all seen that video of confronting her and Chad Daybell as they're walking back to their hotel from the beach, asking, "Where are your kids?" Now, here's the big question. Will she testify? And that was
Mhm.
brought up today. If you want to take the witness stand on your behalf, you're going to have to write out your own questions since you're representing yourself, and your advisory council will ask those questions. Does Lori Vallow Daybell put herself in the hot seat where she will be cross-examined for the first time? And I'm sure everyone's been waiting to see.
Well, and you and I have noticed, we've seen her on body camera. We've seen her in interrogation rooms. She obviously chose not to testify or speak on her behalf in her previous trials. Again, very rare for a defendant to represent themselves, even more rare for them to put themselves on the stand in their own defense. And again, I don't think I've ever seen this where they've written out questions for themselves. I am curious to see again, does she do it? And what questions are there going to be? And then, of course, again, there's the cross examination phase,
Yeah,
which we have talked about too. There aren't many people that have gotten the opportunity to ask her questions about any of this. In fact, it's only happened a few times. So
exactly.
this will be, I think, if this happens, this will be a unique window, or look into who she is and what she is claiming in her defense in this case.
This will be huge because people want real answers, and you can't really escape them when they're coming from a prosecutor on the other side. When
Right.
it comes to cross examination in the first trial in Idaho, she was quiet. We didn't hear one thing from her, and it was clear she was not happy with her defense. There was
Mhm.
not one witness called. She didn't testify. The only real, I guess you could sort of call it a testimony that they somehow brought in as evidence was from an audio recording where she talked about her love for Jesus Christ and her religion, and her defense basically painted her as she's just this super spiritual religious lady that was influenced by Chad Daybell. Throw Chad Daybell on the bus. Her sentencing, she doubles down. She says that, no murders happened to her children. Tammy Daybell wasn't murdered. And now she's done a Dateline interview where you didn't get a lot from that as far as like, did you do this to your children? Did you harm Charles Vallow? I mean, so I don't know if she would be. I don't know if that'd be a good move to put her own self on the stand.
Well, and the judge made it a point to, and point out the fact that if she chooses to do this, it's going to be nearly impossible for the jury not to hear about what happened to JJ entirely in some
Yeah,
fashion. And again, there was a lot of talk at the beginning of all of this whether they wanted to kind of separate those cases. and you can understand why. But the judge was very pointed this morning to say, look, there is a real possibility that if you do this, you're opening that door
Yep.
for the jury to be exposed, if they haven't already been exposed to that they could be, exposed to those cases.
It will be mentioned they cannot escape that the conviction
Right.
happened, and they won't get into all the evidence. But just like in the Idaho trial, they opened that door for all the Arizona evidence to come in
Mhm.
to provide a context to the motivations that happened for the triple murders in Idaho. So we got a sample size and got to see a lot of the evidence via Charles Vallow's text messages, his emails in that case. So we're going to see it here. And we're talking about 22 terabytes of evidence. I mean, the text messages, you read some bizarre messages between Lori Vallow Daybell and her then boyfriend, Chad Daybell, into her inner circle,
Mhm.
talking about how Charles Vallow is somebody named Ned Schneider or Hiplos, and how they're going to work on him and do these energy.
Yeah.
I don't even know what you call it, but she had an inner circle there, including witnesses that testified. Zulema Pastenes, Melanie Gibb.
Mhm.
I would assume that they'd be on the witness list for the state in this case as well, to talk about the motivations and identifying Charles Vallow as this dark spirit and zombie. And there's text messages on the life insurance policy. It is
Sure.
all there. We have that.
You have to, and I think again, you have to establish a motive. And as we saw in the Idaho trials, very Arizona heavy, or we saw how much of the Arizona cases were brought up there, the investigators, um, but also how religion played a role. We explained that in our coverage in the beginning, and I think for the state, that's important to provide some sort of motive for that. And again, if you watch the body camera video of Charles, he alludes to a lot of this, but for him, his method of thinking was like, look, this is a mental illness, or this is a concern for not only the children but himself. And in the end, I think the state, it's like the elephant in the room in this case, that she was clearly driven um, by her religion. She talked about it a lot in the Dateline interview. um, I'm almost guessing she's going to talk a lot about that, or at least try to in
She
this
believes
case.
she'll be exonerated
Right.
in everything, and that there were no crimes that were committed.
Hmm.
But she's gonna have to go with the self-defense theory, because that's how this whole case started, and why you could argue that Chandler PD didn't do anything in
Hmm.
the beginning, and she was allowed, her and Alex, to move to Idaho, and then just within a couple weeks murders her kids.
Yeah.
The self-defense theory that Alex Cox was hit in the back of the head with a baseball bat, a metal baseball bat, by a former baseball player in Charles Vallow
Hmm.
after a fight. And he had been in that home for maybe 15 minutes. He gets there in Chandler 7:35 to pick up JJ, and this all goes down, and he's shot twice. And what does Lori Vallow Daybell do? We all know the story.
Yeah.
Burger King, Walgreens takes JJ to school in Charles's rental car. There's surveillance video of all that, and a whole
Exactly, all
trace.
documented. The body camera video. We already know that she wants Tylee's, interview on that to be excluded. Like, all of this has been documented. It's rare when you have a case like this where you have, again, this much video evidence. We know the timeline. We know where she was. We know where the kids were. Um, Again, all of it's going to come into play. But I think that for someone like Lori, any lawyer, but Lori specifically, this is going to be interesting to see how they approach it, and what she objects to, because again, she may try and object to a lot of this, and it'd be interesting to see, how the judge handles a lot of
Yeah,
that.
what has she learned while behind bars studying case law? I mean, for any veteran criminal defense attorney, I think this is a tough case to defend in just murder
Mhm.
conspiracy. First degree murder, I don't know, she obviously didn't pull the trigger here, but she did not call 911. And we know it took Alex Cox 43 minutes to call 911. There was
Mhm.
no CPR done, and you have all the text messages on a possible motive that prosecutors are going to lay out, and how they basically knew things were going to come to a head that day. Just so much had gone down. So
Mhm.
that's why prosecutors believe this is going to take 6 weeks. They even said that it would be shorter if they were probably dealing with the criminal defense attorney, but she's not. So we're going to see some holdups as she tries to defend herself. And let's talk about trial number 2 after that. We've got a
Mhm.
whole season. We're going into summer
Yes.
with this saga.
Right. And the judge alluded to that to the end, at the end of the proceeding today, gave timelines of when they would like to start jury selection for the second trial.
May 30th.
Right.
Yeah.
They did point out the fact that he wants a much larger pool for the second trial. Understandable, because again, you will have the coverage of the first trial so close to this one. But he also said that he would like to have all of this wrapped up by July 4th. A valiant effort, and we'll see if that comes to fruition. But um, it is a very unique circumstance when you have a defendant like this, two trials right back to back.
Yeah, well, she
Same
wants
county.
them done, even though it appears she doesn't have her own expert witness equipped with what he needs to analyze.
Yeah.
So we're about to wrap up in a little bit, but if you want to take a look and see if there are any questions from the chat box, but just to explain to you guys, as you saw, I was tweeting about the coverage in the courtroom. I did not mean to say live, but we'll be streaming it to you as it's happening here. So it's like we're in two universes. Just want to be transparent. There's a 30-minute delay, and that's all on public record, ordered by the court that we're not supposed to distribute until 30 minutes after. Now that we're doing that, we'll be talking about this every day in trial, as after the hearing, after the proceedings begin, and we'll be just going through trial one and trial two, and it's going to be a marathon. So that we want you here with us watching. Yeah.
We do. We've got a few guests that will join us. Again, we're not legal experts, but we would like to think we're an expert on this case and this saga. There's going to be a lot to go through. Again, an ordinary defense case would be great, but when you have a defendant like this representing herself, I think it adds a new twist, and I think it could be beneficial to a lot of people watching to see how this plays out, and especially for a lot of the people who are on this stream who have followed this case like we have for the last 6 years. It's going to be interesting, and again, we're going to be here through the entire thing. So we appreciate everyone joining us today.
Yeah, and I love the comments here, even though they're not necessarily questions, but you guys know what you're talking about here. The text messages where, Lori Vallow Daybell tells her inner circle, we got rid of Ned, or we got rid of the dark spirit that she says is Charles Vallow. And so all of this evidence is out there. Another good point, the judge is rotating out of this division in June. So what's that going to look like? Is he only going to preside over this trial? And this judge has been very fair,
Yeah.
I believe. And we have a camera in the courtroom, and we've been able to be there for everything. And he knows that this is a high-profile case, and he understands she has the right to represent herself. And even sometimes he's laying out alternatives for her, and kind of like, well, if you do this, this is what's going to happen. Do you want to start this trial? You're pressing for a speedy trial. So for any judge that might step into the next one, this is a lot. It's a lot.
It is, and we've already seen her demeanor in the last couple of weeks in these hearings. I can only imagine that's going to be magnified when the trial starts.
Okay, so before we go, follow me on X at JLumFox10. I will be posting about trial every day as it begins. Jury selection will not have camera coverage because of reasons that we've explained and the judge has explained for privacy reasons on these potential jurors. And then 30 minutes after things begin, you join us here. So subscribe to our YouTube channel. Make sure you hit the bell so you get notifications, and be standing by just like you were today. We appreciate you for joining us for coverage of the Lori Vallow Daybell saga.
I'm on my way. I'm uploading this thing real quick so that I can show you guys. So I'm not even doing good descriptions or anything. All right, it's launched. Well, almost. Okay, there it is. Let me go grab it. Oh my gosh. Okay. I don't really retain all the things at all right away. Like I'm like, I'll have to like go back and watch it and just like absorb it. And it sucks. I hate that I'm like that. It's kind of come along with this territory here, where I don't know. I just freeze. So it's kind of in everything now. But I mean, I think it went stellar today. I think it was great. Lori got served. It sounds like, like you can't be a translated being, be sealed to another man, and, be casting out so-called dark spirits. Uh-oh. Here we go with that. Okay, let me stop this. Arch. Anyways, you can't act like a hoodlum and then, expect that. So, I mean, she's just unreasonable. She is, I think she stopped maturing in her teens for sure. But I definitely want to read your comments. I'm just waiting on this to load. Allegedly, obviously. Let me try that again. It says we're worth the wait. Hurry up. You're very slow. Let me just stop that for a second. Anyways, hey. All right, let me take this banner down too. I swear. Oh, yeah. And I made this one too for Joe Schmo. Boots on the ground in Arizona. It's Trace on the case. That was awesome of you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. Trace is one of my moderators. Long time. Been with me since the beginning. Been with this case since the beginning. Just as Donna or sis, you should have been a detective. It's hard to learn new things in the middle of everything else. And detective's daughter, she's my sister from Idaho. Oh my gosh, opened her home and everything to me, like just her heart, she writes me all the time, handwritten. I'll say novels. you know. Haha. Anyways, we have a lot to say, right? And then there's Sue Ellen, who I just adore, from Arizona, in this very town where this all took place and began, I should say. She's like a mother to me, like just, I don't know. She's very grounded, gives great advice, and she's very like supportive and positive, and I really love her for that. Then we have little Brands, who is up in Canada. She's in Canada in Canada, and she's well, I don't want to say like a massage therapist or something along those lines. She rubs people all day, so she can be my friend all day. Just kidding. But we love her too. I mean, I always loved her snark and the way she's just a comedian, I swear. And I mean, I depend on humor to get me through all this crap, all the doomsday crap. And that's what it is. It's not our doomsday though. I mean, it is, you know what I'm saying? But Lori and Chad and friends, they project everything that they are doing. They, they blame, they accuse everybody else around them. So yeah, that's how it's everything. And this is with all of them, not just Chad and Lori. This is also Ruby and Jody and Tim and all of them. They think they're the victim. It's really fascinating to, I don't like to generalize things, but this is serious. This is like, I'm being serious. This is the way it is for each one of these individuals. And I don't know if it's a narcissistic thing. I don't know what it is. It's a phenomenon, right? But anyways, and then I want to Beach Bum. She's my little snark from the South, okay? And she knows her court stuff and trials, and she's funny too, yeah. She runs some snark, and we appreciate that all day, and I appreciate her. I'm doing this off the top of my head. And Bewitched, she was, one of the last ones to come on. Well, she didn't even know, because you just kind of toss the wrench out. And then you're like, well, I don't want to burden anybody, but that was during the trial. And I love the way she wants to change policy, procedure, laws, make it count for Lori and Chad and all of these people who do people like this wrong, who violate human rights, who play God, who you don't get to do that. You're not exalted. Okay. So please tell your friends who are on the fringe, okay, that they are not gods. That's not how this works. Jesus and Satan are not brothers. Okay. Okay. They lied. They lied. So, and I know it sucks, and but I'd rather, yeah, I don't know. It's such a tough spot to be thrown into, and I battled with this the whole time, 6 years. There was so long that I was like, oh my God, I'm I'm gonna have to like come forward basically right here on this channel and say, okay, and I know there's a lot of beautiful people who are Mormon. I love you. I will always love you. I love my fellow human, but that's what it's supposed to be like. I believe, you're supposed to be your everybody, not just if you belong to this church. That's kind of not how this works. Jesus didn't have a church. And I mean, just do unto others as you'd want done to you. It's a very simple concept, but people tend to complicate everything. I'm one of them, but it's like, I don't know. I knew I was going to have to take a strong stance in how I dealt with church issues in this case. And because it's hard. They say don't talk about politics, religion, or her. It's a song by Sammy Kershaw. But you don't talk about politics, religion, or her. And here we talk about it all because we have to, because they're all interconnected and just intertwined. And oh my God, it's been like navigating through a mine shaft or something. I'm just, is it going to blow? And I'm not trying to offend anybody, but I also want to stand up for Tylee and JJ and Charles and Tammy and Joe. I want to stand up and I want to be their voice because theirs were silenced. They were snuffed out. They were demonized. They were dehumanized. They were betrayed. The ultimate betrayal. And just, especially the children, I don't know. I mean, I always told you guys that I didn't know where this was going. I don't know. I mean, I'm still sizing it up. I'm still figuring it out, and I'm never going to stop. It's something that I vowed to my uncle, after he died. So it was just me and his heart, heart to heart. Who is boss, a storm from deity, false seed, death, and Yahweh, only to become a demon by esoterica, a rabbi teaching the arcane. Wow. It's interesting. I know. Now I know why you research this subject, Rambo. I do. That's me, man. I'm right there. I mean, this is not something that I ever thought of when I was growing up, or just even when I was 39 years old. But when I was 40, 41, whatever it was, and I found out on July 12th, the day after my Uncle Charles was murdered. I knew. I mean, we all knew. We knew that was bullshit from jump. From the moment we found out, we knew that was bullshit. And I mean, come on now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been around my Uncle Charles, not like every day, not like the Coxes, but I mean, enough to know his demeanor, the way he is, I mean, he's not an aggressive person. I'm sure everybody can be aggressive if put in a situation like that, but he's no Alex Cox. He's not sitting there just making threats against every one of Lori's choices, of men. And because she's like, oh, he don't treat me right, because she's so trying to fill a void in herself, that she's trying to fill it with everything. Let's adopt a kid. Let's just do, can you imagine? Like, she is still doing it. She's still trying. She is still trying to fill that hole because she's a freaking narcissist and she don't know what love is. She has no idea. She has no idea. So anyways, and if you want to know how I feel about all that, I'm so sorry. Kind of going off. I don't know. I think it was bullshit from the start. I found out July 12th, 2019. And by this time, let me see. I think Chad had called. It was nice that Tom Evans stopped by. That was really good. I've been wanting to. I even thought it this morning. I was like, I don't know how to get a hold of him. I have no idea. But I would love to have Tom on, or anybody who just wants to, either shoot the shit or just if you are related in some way, not related, family or that too, but you know what I'm saying. Let's see. When did Chad call the funeral home and make arrangements for my uncle's remains? It was definitely before his celebration of life, but I know it had nothing to do with getting him back to Louisiana in a box of ashes. by Chad Daybell, courtesy of Chad Daybell. Let's see. July 11, 2019, Alex shoots and kills trolls and claims self-defense. I mean, Lori claims she's a translated being. Here we are, right? Okay, July 12th, day I found out. Chad contacts Valley of the Sun mortuary asking about the price of cremation and sends Charles's cremains to Louisiana. I swear. So Chad, he's got his hands all in this, and I can't stand the fact that he's not even being, I mean, they did, what is that called? They did suggest charges. They did want to prosecute, but they felt, the DA felt that there wasn't enough evidence to prosecute him fully, I suppose. So I don't know what the plans are there. I don't know. It was interesting to watch that that exchange between John Pryor and one of the Chandler detectives. I think it was Coons. Maybe not. Hey girl, you didn't scare me this time. I see you. I don't hear you though. If you're talking,
You've gotten
Understood.
blurry. Hit your camera. You've gotten
Thank you. Oh, you're echoing. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me do this. All right. So yeah, go sub up to Joe Schmo, please. Thank you, Donna. And let's see. And then this is Megan's. This is Megan's channel right here. Follow her. And then here, please. I'm scrolling on the bottom. So, all right, let's see. Let me talk some more on this timeline. Okay. No, my camera's not having it. I might need to refresh my page, but I don't know if it's going to kick me out. If it does, I'm going to come back. Okay. Reload. Ooh.
She'll be right back. That Lori was being snarky today, Trace. It must be. There she comes.
Back in black. Just kidding. Okay. It does that from time to time. Anyways. So yeah. All right. Back to this. Back to this. They say when your camera goes out of focus, oh Lord, girl, I got spirits everywhere. Then will Chad's phone call be heard in trial? I don't know. That's a good question, Betsy. I don't know. That's good. We'll have to I have to do this with Jason. I'm like, okay, what do you think about this? I don't know, but if anybody has any idea of how that would go, I mean, I'm lost with this one because we've been through 2 trials already, and then here we are going through a 3rd one, but they're not allowing like Tylee's. Are they allowing Alex's? I don't think so, huh? Not the hearsay stuff. I don't think. It's like I'm trying to figure out how they do that. I don't know how to separate things. I do. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Which I need to turn my camera off so I can finish it. Let me yeah, I'm gonna turn it off for just a second, okay? Let's see. I'll put my media assets on and we can watch Lori. Okay. I know. She is the Lord's favorite. She is. She says it, so it must be true. That is actually part of their doctrine, if y'all don't remember. Where if you imagine it, then it's real. Do y'all remember that? Yeah. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. So we'll play this so I can read some of this timeline here. It's just a loose timeline. Let's see. All right. So we got to the cremains. Chad sent them July 12th or made arrangements July 12th. July 18th, Lori Vallow learns she's not the beneficiary of Charles Vallow's life insurance policy. And I say from that day, she waged war, just like she said, this is war in one of her text messages to her people about, the ambush on my uncle within days, either the day before or within days of killing him. And so There's that part, and then there's the aspect that my mom and my dad, Kay and Larry Woodcock, they never let off of the throttle, okay? They went, I wanna say, excuse my French, they went balls to the wall, okay? And they will never, that is not in their nature to give up, like, and they held her accountable. For the first time, Lori Vallow Daybell was held accountable. This is what happens for when you try to hold Lori Vallow Daybell accountable also. My mom was marked as a zombie. She was on their hit list officially. Rhonda was her demon name, her zombie name, her dehumanization ID number, basically. She got the mark, and that makes me feel so many different types of ways. It's not enough that Lori killed my nephew, killed my uncle, killed my cousin, but now she's gonna she's got my mom on her hit list. I need to see her scratch it off of her hit list, or I'll make her damn do it. Anyways, it's just I don't know. It's so dehumanizing. It's so inhuman. It's so, I don't know. It's so demonic. How about that? Okay, so then on July 18th, Lori Vallow learned she's not the okay, I already said that. July 20th, 2019, Lori Vallow pays for Chad Daybell's flight to Arizona. Casting call, right? Casting means exorcism, by the way, in Mormonism, or in their crew. Then we have July 22nd, 2019. That's also whenever they interviewed Jason Mao. Actually, they got a hold of Jason Mao that day. This is an interview that I uploaded just a couple of days, or about a week ago now, of Jason Mao and being interviewed by the FBI and his wife, Nikki Wood, as well. Here, I'm going to grab the link real quick. I'm already on it. Can y'all believe that? All right, I'm going to share that in the chat too. You can check it out because it's just some more insight into Jason Mao, the shady character that we all question, like what was his role in all this? Why was you're a gatherer just like us? Let me write this out first. Interviewed by Chandler. Oop. I'm not a fast typer, y'all. PD and the FBI. I remember his name, Agent Cooper. FBI. And this was on July 27th, 2020, except only they got a hold of him July 22nd, which was one of the end of the world predictions, but I think it was in 2020 anyways. Oh, thank you, Lucy. It does. Me too. I know. Thank you so much. Yeah, JJ's bio dad is my brother's little baby, his only one. That was it. It's so sad. I love my brother, y'all. I'm very close to him. I mean, we just found refuge in one another, actually. All right, let me post this to you. Thank you, Trace. Did I miss a moderator? I know I didn't elaborate with Donna, but hold on. I'm losing it. So who footed the bill for the flight? Well, yeah. I mean, she stole $35,000 from Charles's account, or their joint account. Let me be fair here. And I mean, she removed it from his account, put it into another account, and then another account. Like, she did some major moving, y'all. She's a mover and a shaker, I'll tell you that. And I mean, don't underestimate her. That's where that's where Uncle Charles messed up. Ultimately, he underestimated her, and he took her back. When she went to go get their finances in order, it was just part of the plan. And she's still working her plan. So plan your work your plan, girl. Now you got to stick to it. I mean, that's none. We didn't do it. We weren't there. She makes that very clear and concise. You weren't there. Nobody was there. I was there. So there you go. There you go. I know. Okay. Yeah, I thought about it too. All right, good. You just talked me into it. Let me go get it. Oh, okay. Let me go grab that up real quick. It's on SoundCloud. And it's right here. Thank you. Okay, Justin Lum right there. Let's turn this off though. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. I'm like, no, don't play. Not that one. Let's see. Chad Daybell's phone call to funeral home, but there's 2 of them. So let's make sure it's the right one first. And then I'll switch it to this one screen so you can hear it. You're not going to be able to see it, but you can hear it. It's just an audio anyway. So I might already have switched. Let's see. Hold on. Let me go ahead and play. Hold on. Ah! I hit the end stream. I'm sorry. All right, hold on. I'm slow.
Louisiana.
All right, let's back that up.
Right here.
Oh, I must have stopped it. All right, come on.
Funeral home.
Hello, my name is I'm with their calls. How can I help you today?
We just had a death in the family, and we really don't want anything but a cremation, and then to send the cremains to a family in Louisiana. Just a simple, nothing other than a cremation and sending him to his family for a service in Louisiana. So, is there any way to know a ballpark price on that?
Yes, and I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Okay, let me transfer you over to the
I'm on it.
director who can assist you with the pricing. What is your name, please?
It is Chad Daybell.
Daybell.
How do you spell the last name, please?
Very carefully.
Daybell. Daybell.
How are you related to the person who passed?
I want to
I'm
hold
his nephew.
No, you're not.
And then also, this is for the Valley of the Suns in
Yeah.
Chandler, correct?
You got it, huh?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, he lives there in Chandler. I live in Iowa, so I'm just trying to help out.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yes, what is your uncle's name for reference, please?
He is John Daybell.
Your last name?
You're really hooked on that John, huh?
Dabal.
Yeah.
His name, John.
Do you have a middle name?
Yeah.
Myron.
Myron?
Yeah.
And Chad, what is your phone number in case we get disconnected?
Yes. This number 515. I don't actually know my own number.
He is a
let me
dork.
look real quick.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. We're trying. All right, on to the next one. Thank you so much. So appreciated. Let's see this one right here.
Funeral director with Vallow Daybell Cemetery. I understand that your uncle passed away.
Yes, and I'm just starting the process for the family. He didn't have many relatives. I'm his nephew.
No, you're killing them all, asshole.
But what they want to do is sad to see him go.
He's not all there.
Going to the medical examiner. I don't know all the details, but what the family basically wants is just to have him cremated there in Chandler and then have his cremains shipped to New Orleans.
New Orleans.
Bill for service later. So just trying to get a ballpark price.
Yeah, that ballpark.
Okay.
Is it the same one?
For a cremation, we are able to do our cremation for $1,695. Now, what that's going to include is the transportation into our care, the transportation to and from our crematory, our basic professional fees, as well as our crematory fee. Now, there's going to be a couple other charges there for you.
Okay.
So we are going to have death certificates, which are $20 a piece, with a processing fee.
Okay.
$15 permit fee.
All right.
And then we're able to do that transfer through the mail for you, and that's $150 fee for you.
Okay.
Oh,
Like through UPS or something, I guess.
Okay.
So close about 2,000 probably. Kind of a ballpark, yeah.
ballpark again.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that helps me a lot. I'm going to call one or two others, but I'll get back to you if we come that direction. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. If you need anything else, give me a call.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah. All right. Yo, whoa. I pushed a button. I'm sorry. All right. So I have this one pulled up. This was Beach Bum's request. Oh, well, let me take
and we are
it
getting
down.
a closer
Hold on.
look at surveillance footage from Self Storage Plus in Rexburg. This is the facility where Lori Vallow went on October 1st to rent a storage unit, and inside she placed some very personal belongings, such as children's bikes, scooters, also some photo albums, and blankets with pictures of her children, JJ and Tylee. Lori and sometimes two men visited the facility 9 times in October and 1 time in November. The big question is what happened on October 2nd? We know that Lori rented the unit by herself the day before on the 1st, but on October 2nd, she came in her blue Nissan Rogue with a man we originally thought was Alex Cox, her brother. But a closer look of enhanced high-quality video shows it likely was not Alex. In fact, it appears to be Chad Daybell, based on the way he walks, looks, and comparing his mannerisms to other video we have of him. Let me walk you through this. The blue Rogue arrives at 2:25. You can see the timestamp says 1:25, but that's because the clocks were off, according to the facility. Lori is driving the Rogue and makes her way to the door of the building where her unit is. She gets out 2 minutes later at 2:27 with the man we believe is Chad. At 2:29, he pulls a tire out of the back of the Rogue and rolls it into the storage unit. Then 1 minute later, he and Lori both carry in together what appears to be a removable car seat. They put it in the locker, shut the door, and leave the facility at 2:32. Their entire visit is just 7 minutes. So why does this matter? Well, that same day, Brandon Boudreaux says that he was shot at in Gilbert, Arizona around 9:30 that morning while coming home from the gym. Brandon had been married to Melanie, Lori's niece, and he had a very large life insurance policy and assets totaling over $1 million. Months earlier, Melanie began spending a lot of time with Lori and her religious group. Then Melanie suddenly demanded a divorce from Brandon. The bullet missed his head by inches, and police say the person who shot at him was driving a Jeep registered to Charles Vallow. Charles had been dead for nearly 3 months at this point, and Tylee Ryan regularly drove that Jeep, but she had been missing for more than a month at this point. Now, if you're familiar with Jeeps, you know that many models have spare tires on the back, and if they are in place, the back window does not open. But if they are removed, that window does open. So it's possible that the Jeep used in that shooting had the tire removed, and that tire could have been placed into the storage unit along with the back seat of the Jeep. We would ask Alex Cox if that was the case, but we can't because he's dead, and police are not commenting. But if Cox was not in Rexburg, it's possible he was in Arizona, inside Charles Vallow's Jeep. The next day, back in Rexburg, Lori returns to the storage facility with another man who we believe is Alex. They were there for 3 minutes. You can see them entering, working their way to the same door she was at the day before, and going into the building. Compared to the guy from the day before, this man walks differently and carries the tire out rather than rolling it. The man we think is Cox also carries out the car seat by himself without any help from Lori. Originally, we thought this was a tote with something hanging over the end, but this higher quality video shows that it appears it's actually a vehicle seat, and Lori and Alex are likely taking it away. 3 days later, on October 6th, Alex returns to the storage unit by himself in his silver pickup and comes 5 other times that month, including a visit on October 28th with a man who appears to be Chad Daybell. They stay 6 minutes and wheel in bikes and other items. The last time anyone visits the storage locker is November 24th. Lori and Chad stay for 4 minutes and drop off this Home Depot box and a tote, leaving belongings of JJ and Tylee never to return. Police have now seized all of the items that were inside of that storage unit, along with the Jeep that was used in the shooting of Brandon. I'm Nate Eaton for EastIdahoNews.com.
Bam. All right, hold please. I just found this. Thank gosh. This is the pool party interview with the neighbor girl from Tyson Draper. Okay, so this was like 4 years ago in Chandler, June 20th, 2020. So right after Tylee and JJ were unearthed from Chad Daybell's property. I still think they were rescued in that sense. I don't know how to explain that. I know it sounds weird, but I just feel like it is. But anyways, let me grab this link so I don't forget. And let's watch this little interview.
Getting some footage. I went to Summer's house and knocked on the door and they wouldn't answer. They were watching me through their doorbell thing. So I just shot some video there and just said this is where Alex was living. Alex was living with his sister.
Oh yeah, that was the one.
Summer. Yeah, when he shot Charles Vallow, he was staying with his sister over there. I'm gonna head over right now to Mesquite Groves, which is right across the street from where I'm at right now, and shoot that video. This time around, it's gonna be the other one was good, but this time it's gonna be better because I'm gonna try to talk to the neighbors and stuff.
Okay, welcome back everyone. So here we are at the Mesquite Groves Estates out here in Chandler, Arizona, where we are going to be visiting the home once again where Charles Vallow was shot and killed. That was almost 1 year ago. Today is June 19th, 2020. Charles Vallow was lured to this location on July 11th, 2019 by Alex Cox and Lori Vallow. And this is where he would meet his demise. This is the last place that that he would be alive. So welcome back everyone. So here we are at the Mesquite Groves Estates in Chandler, Arizona. Right behind me are the very gates that Charles Vallow entered for the last time. Little did he know he would be leaving this area in a body bag. We feel that it was a trap that was set for him by Alex Cox and Lori. I know a lot of people feel that same way, that they had it all planned. So Alex lived just 17 miles down the road. He was staying here with a gun the night that Lori asked him to come over. What a sad situation. All right, welcome back everyone. So here we are at the murder scene of Charles Vallow. As you can see, the house behind me, this is where Charles Vallow was lured to this location right here in Mesquite Groves Estates in Chandler, Arizona. And he was ultimately shot by his brother-in-law, Alex Cox, as he lay dead on the floor just inside this house, as we saw on the body cams of the police officers. So anyway, right over here, you'll see this is where Alex was sitting on the curb talking about how he was hit in the head with a baseball bat.
Yeah.
And it was self-defense.
Allegedly.
Right over here, I'm going to show you where Tylee and Lori were standing as they spoke to the police officer. The police officer obviously had no idea.
Ruh-roh.
at that time the
Okay.
danger
Whew.
that Tylee was in,
My bad.
and he just played it off like everything was cool. But people didn't listen to Charles Vallow. As you watch those body cam videos, you can tell that he's a desperate man.
Yes.
And he needs help, and they really didn't take him that seriously. But anyway, this is where Lori and Tylee stood right here.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And
there you go.
The neighbors reported that night that there was a pool party going on in the backyard that included Lori and Alex and some other people, the same night that Charles Vallow was shot, right here in this home, right behind these doors right here. So anyway, I just kind of wanted to
Yeah,
give
there's
you
the
an
body
idea
cam where
of
no, that's
where
not the
this
same
was
place.
at. Maybe we can talk to the neighbors who did report that there was a pool party going on. So
Oh,
let me just kind of
wow.
show it to you a little bit.
All I did was look up on YouTube, put Lori Vallow pool party. It came up. Tyson Draper.
So again, right over here is where, behind me is where Lori and Tylee were standing when they were talking to the police officer.
Oh, yeah.
Again, he obviously had no idea the danger that Tylee was in, unfortunately. If we had only known, you know, we would have done things a lot different. But anyway, I'm going to see if I can talk to some people while we're here.
Miss Hallie, and we're right next door to what used to be the Vallow's house. Actually, who owned the place, they rented it out.
Congrats.
And they
Yeah.
actually rented it out to the Vallow family. And then we never really knew them because they only lived here for
3
honestly,
weeks.
it was probably a couple weeks, maybe a couple months. I'm not too sure. But
Hi, neighbor.
they usually just kept to
Hi.
themselves.
Remember that?
And then the morning it happened, we woke up. I woke up, it was a break from school, so I woke up at noon-ish, and I turned on the TV, and I was like, oh my gosh, what happened? That's my house on the news. What? So I figured out the story, everything, and then later that night, I remember going outside in my backyard to let my dog out or something, and all of a sudden I just hear like music playing, people splashing in the pool. I was like, what the heck? I totally did not report it though, because I don't know. I told my parents, I was like, do you hear what's going on over there? But yeah.
So that was the night that Charles Vallow was shot, and all the fire trucks and ambulances and everything were here. They were in the backyard having a party, huh?
Yeah.
So
unfortunately.
Okay, so did you know Tylee at all?
I did actually when I was a sophomore.
Wow.
So I just graduated, so it was like 2 years ago.
Oh.
I actually did choir, and she was in my class, and she was
Oh,
a very
yeah.
sweet girl. And I was friends with her. I was friends with 2 other girls. That was kind of like our group in that class, and she was like the sweetest person I've ever met. It's really unfortunate what happened to her.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I was just telling my viewers that, you know, when the police were talking to her right over there in the street that day, they had no idea the danger that she was in. Nobody did, unfortunately. But okay, well, is it Hallie or Haley?
It's Hallie.
Hallie,
Yes.
thank you so much for your time. And I will give you the website where you can find this video. We are on YouTube and we are growing. So if you find it, go ahead and subscribe and like our video for us, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Oh, that was nice. Wow. I don't think so. She said she had graduated. Oh, well, no, I don't know. I'll have to go back and watch. That's crazy. Is this further evidence that Alex Cox did not kill Charles Vallow in self-defense? Yeah. For those who were just maybe unsure. Thank you. Thanks, y'all. Mm-hmm. I'm kind of digging the song here. But yeah, so there's that one. Thank y'all. It means so much. I don't know how to feel. Sorry. I'll feel it later. It's always a delayed reaction now with me. I'm trying to see. Oh, that's his excommunication thing. Or not excommunication. I wanted to share this because I just ran across it and I was like, oh yeah. But I don't have the one of Megan. I'd have to leave this one to go look for it. But there's Megan who has shared the script, not the scripture, but the part in Visions of Glory that's super shady. It's super scary. And it's about being so ripe with iniquity. And I just wanted to show that this is a dog whistle, in my opinion. This is U.S. Senator Mike Lee. And this is the Trump fireside 2024 in Prescott, Arizona, when Trump said the Constitution's hanging by a thread. He hung out with all the LDS people. Okay, come on.
By telling you that it's my personal view, rooted in the scriptures and rooted in my own faith, that America is indeed a special land. It was a land set aside for a free, prosperous people, a group of people who would be free from tyranny as long as they were not fully ripe in their iniquity. There are indeed
Conditions. I did this. I'm not doing that right now.
prosperous people, a group of people who would be free from tyranny as long as they were not fully ripe in their iniquity. There are indeed so many righteous people in this country, in our faith, outside of our faith. They're good people. Sometimes our government gets ahead of itself, and this is one of those times. This is one of those times where we need Donald Trump. Sure, he might not remind you of your bishop or your stake president, but I know him, and there is great good in him.
I mean, but yeah, we
And
already
the
passed the
good
part,
that
but
he
I'm
did
just
as
saying
president of the United States will be replicated.
that
and
ripe in iniquity, as long as they're not ripe in iniquity.
fully ripe in their iniquity.
Right there.
People who would be free from tyranny as long as they were not fully ripe in their iniquity.
Conditions. Yeah, you. We know you're kind. It looks like this. Just saying. Oh, Timmy Tim. Poor Tim.
We've mentioned, we've seen Tim Ballard, we've seen Jody on that banner. There's no Chad Daybell, but I do need to say this comes from 3 very concrete sources that I have. That on the Daybell side, we have 2 very concrete sources letting me know that Chad Daybell and Julie Rowe were meeting with Tom Harrison in his office. And then I have on the Harrison side, someone that knows Tom Harrison saying Tom was meeting with Chad Daybell and Julie Rowe in his office. And so though I want to point that out too, while they don't show up on the banner, it's more than just seeing the book. I had been hearing of these meetings. So I want to put that out there because 2019 is a really important year. And I do know that it wasn't just that Chad and Chad liked his book. He was meeting, according to 3 very concrete sources, he was meeting with Tom Harrison as well.
No, okay.
Chad also.
Okay.
Super important. Thank you. Okay.
Oh, I didn't have it turned up all the way. I'm sorry, y'all. So sorry. And then here's King Krogh laying out the plan. You know, I mean, this is all an enterprise, y'all.
Mojo always is here. It's got.
See, let's name the people the Timmy named over here. Move.
So this is.
You're in the way. Governor Herbert, or this is these are the Sharks. Okay, this is a 20. Hold on, let me think. This is in 2016, I believe. Yeah, 2016, and it's an OUR Ken Krogh Tim Ballard secret whiteboard meeting, uploaded on where I found it. Okay, where it was sent to me, uploaded on September 4th, 2016. And I know where I got it from, but you know, anyways, that's why it's on my channel for members, because I don't know how usually you get attacked, you know, when you try to expose these people. So I just feel safer with it there. Trust me, I'd rather it be out, and I still don't know how to handle that, you know, because I can't just publish it because it's not mine. They can strike me. They can do what Michelle McDermott did to me last year during the trial. Yeah, it was nuts. Anyways, but right here, you know, this meeting happened before the alleged 2019 secret whiteboard meeting that, you know, the FBI found super, super interesting. And for anybody who doesn't know, these are all connected to my family's murders. So that is my invested interest in this. That's why I do what I do. That's why I dig where I dig. I mean, it's all the same movement. But yeah, right here it says Sharks. And these are the ones that they know. This is the one that Tim Ballard knows and listed. And these are the ones they want. TV. It's all about the image. Okay. So he put, Glenn Beck was the first one, Lindsey Sterling, Lexi Walker, Brooke White, Elizabeth Smart. She's a maybe. Terry Crews. Yep. That Terry Crews. Kelly Preston. They put Jonathan Travolta. Anyways, something I don't know what that is. Jenna Elfman, Cascade, Montel Williams, Alex Boyer. He also spoke. He's a black guy. He spoke on Preparing a People Circuit. Adam LaRoche, Luke Bryant, Elder Ballard, Carlos Slim family. Yeah, that'd be right there. I didn't know who the hell that was. Now I'm like, holy, there's the ceiling. We've reached the ceiling, y'all. Now we're just filling in context. Now we're filling out the Rico. Okay. All right. Eduardo V, which is Eduardo Verestegui. And then we have, I don't know what the hell that says. I don't know. Something Landry. Oh, Allie Landry. She was a freaking Miss Louisiana. I remember that. Anyways, I don't want her if she's on his list. I'm good. Governor Herbert, Eric Paulson, Utah. I don't know why he put maybe the whole state of Utah. I don't know. Oh my gosh, I can't read that. Brent Bear, maybe, or Brett Bear. I forget the name. Tony Robbins, The Blaze, which is Glenn Beck, Tommy Loren, Breck Sexton, I believe. I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember. But yeah, it's just the plan. It's the plan. And it's proselytize, allegedly, and monetize, allegedly, in my opinion. And over here is who they want. They want O'Reilly, Oprah, Ellen, Anderson Cooper, talk shows, foundations, Clinton Foundation. They think that they can help the Clinton Foundation's image problem. See? Mining / gas. So, I mean, that's one thing. Elder Ballard was definitely a plugged in dude. Okay. Just he was, I mean, friends with Howard Hughes. I think one of his daughters married one of the huntsmen's, the huntsman. Yeah, I mean, very well connected. Pictures with the Pope, pictures with Bill Clinton, George Bush, the other Bush, baby Bush, both Bushes. Frank Vandersloot, Mitt Romney, all the peeps, Anyway, so that's what I do. Ken Krogh. And so I don't know. Anyways, it's a network. And yes, Marisol Frankie. I said Frankie because I saw your last name and it's not even Frankie, but it's Framke. Thank you, Angie. Marisol Nichols. She even did a podcast with Tim Ballard to normalize the couple's ruse, to try to convince us that this couple's ruse, we were married before in a previous life, just like Chad Daybell, just like Julie Rowe, just like Tom Harris, and I'm sure, and just like this Tim has used this in the couple's ruse. It's gross. Saturday's Warrior, all the things, and it's gross. But I mean, that's what gets them is the things that they say. That's where I'm like, what'd they just say? And that's what gets them with me, at least. That's where I'm like, gotcha. I'm on to you. Got to be quicker than that. So I also don't want to get murdered or put any of my family in even more danger. I definitely don't want that. I did have, and I actually found out, y'all know how I told you about the Jesus card that was left inside of my house from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is what it said on this Jesus business card. I don't have it. It's in my room. But yeah, so that was August. It was the middle of August. I was thinking September, October, but it was the mid-August of 2021. I had just learned about the second anointing and I started to kind of mention it, but I didn't really know that much about it at the time. I didn't grasp it yet. And so I mentioned it, and boy, I mean, that's when I had a card inside of my house. I did not let anybody inside of my house. That's the key word. That's the key phrase here is no. And it said, because I had signed up to their website back at the very beginning of this, because I started doing research the very next day, July 13th. I found out July 12th, started doing research the very next day, pulling background checks and stuff. Don't ask me. I don't know. This is just where I chose to dive in, and I have not stopped. And I need to come up for air one day. I don't know. Yeah. X-Files definitely like that. But no, my house, Jason had left with the boys to go do a kid exchange, custody exchange or whatever, so they could go to their moms. At that time, we were dealing with a Lori Jr., okay, with the mother. I don't want to really say everything, but so we thought it wise for her to do kid exchanges at the police station. So Jason had left to go bring the boys to do the kid exchange. I was sleeping. It was like in the afternoon. It was a Friday. And anyways, I ran across something that I had written about it finally. I was like, okay, so it kind of, just to kind of check myself to make sure I've been telling the story correctly. And now me and Jason talked about it after I ran across that, me writing about it. And he was like, I was like, well, okay, so Jason left, brought the kids. I was sleeping, so I don't know what goes on when I'm sleeping, And well, that night I went into the kitchen, or it might have been it was the next morning. I went into the kitchen, and Jason had said, he was like, "Hey, did you see that card in the middle of the living room?" And I was like, "What?" And see, this is the part I'd forgotten. And I thought I just noticed it, but I mean, I did. I remember him saying that, and I looked over and I was like, "Oh my God," and I walked over to it, and it said, and I think this is why it said this, is because I signed up to the website to read the Book of Mormon, LDS, whatever, .org, long time, at the very beginning of the case. And I signed up. I don't know why I did this instinctually. I don't know. I'm glad I did. Not that it matters, but I signed up under my middle name, which is K-A-Y, just my mom, Crusha K. And I used my first married name, my first married last name, which is weird. I mean, I hadn't been that for a long time. And anyway, so that's on the card. It said, "Hi, Kay. It's the missionaries. Hope all is well. Give us a call sometime." And they put 409. It's a 409 number, which is area code. So it's like very east Texas. So whomever it was, because we don't have a temple here. Now the church did buy two pieces of property here. One's on South Park, which is interesting. I'm like, well, if they build a temple there, it's by the airport, so they wouldn't be able to go closer to God, with the height, than the other one's on the other side of town. But I will be there with my picket. Okay. And then everybody can come over and we'll just throw down. Okay. We'll cook and everything. You ain't got to do nothing. Just show up. But anyways, so, I mean, it just was weird. The whomever it was would have had to have driven that many miles. It was like an hour and 15 minutes or 45 minutes. One of the two. Don't hold. I mean, I looked it up. You can map it, and I was just like, wow, it was like in the Buna, or I don't know, Southeast Texas. I don't remember the town. Oh, Port Neches, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, Gumbo and Boudin. There you go. Well, shit, we'll have some crawfish. Okay, I have not had any this season. They're good. But yeah, so that was weird. That was actually alarming, and I don't know why I didn't call the cops. I don't know. I don't know why I don't know. I retreat so bad, that I freeze when things happen, and I guess there were so many things going on that, it is what it is. So, I mean, I've said it here plenty of times. I've shared it in interviews that I've done. This is somewhat of a life insurance policy. They're they're on stage right now. They don't like it. They don't like the attention, not this kind, not the negative kind. Because it's all about image, in my opinion. So I mean, that's obvious. But they use their fake wannabe homemade object, industrial sized. And so, oh my god, that's so creepy. It's creepy because I was sleeping. So that means somebody would have had to have come inside my house. My house sits far back from the street. I was here by myself. I'm like, that is so creepy. Like, I mean, it's violation. I feel violated because not only was I home alone, or just being in my home, period. It's just I've had my home raided before, or what do you call that? Home invasion, or I don't know. It was a long time ago. I was like in my 20s. That was a very invaded feeling. I didn't like it. It pissed me off, really. So that is true. That is the point. Yeah, it did not click on. It did not click. No, it did not. That's another thing. How do I prove that? I mean, now I can because we got the cameras, but um, I don't know. We'll have to see. There may be a Mormon ward in your city or a neighboring city with missionaries assigned to your area. I mean, it very well could be, but then again, I'm like, why would it be inside of my house? Why would it be? And so Jason, he was like, yeah, I don't think I shut the door all the way when I left, and so my boys weren't here. I mean, we tried to debunk it and like figure it out because it wasn't just inside the door. It was like all the way. I'd have to walk probably about 10 steps. And I mean, I have a short inseam, so maybe 15. I'm just kidding. You know what I'm saying, though? It's just, think about that. You're sleeping. You're dealing with your aunt's freaking murder case, and this is October 2021, so it was going down. And it has to do with the wealthiest church in the world. And I'm not saying that it could have not been anything nefarious, but I can't help but go there. I go there because the proof, the evidence for me personally is that, Tylee's dead, Charles is dead, JJ's dead, my mom was marked for dead. Okay. That's pretty, so whether it was nefarious or not, over here in Louisiana, possession is 9/10 of the law. Okay. So Chad Daybell would have went up the stream immediately for having just the bodies on his property. Period. End of story. That's so you could. I mean, I'm just saying. Anyway. It's my reasoning. Yeah, it's but they didn't. I'm just saying they didn't come to help whenever we had 2 hurricanes ravish the area. Why didn't they come then? Well, we hadn't had the second one yet. Excuse me. Sorry, Pepsi. So, I mean, yeah, we had Laura that came through, and oh wait, hold on. She didn't come. It wasn't hurricane yet. Oh yeah, it was. It just happened. So August or September. Anyways, I'll do the debating in my mind later. But that's crazy. Oh, I mean, I always was, I've learned through this process to invite them in, give them food, give them drink. They don't know, I'm not going to be ugly, but this is like, I don't know if it was a missionary or not, even though they did say it's the missionaries. But the hope all is well thing, that's all is well in Zion, I didn't know if it was just like, shut your mouth. We know where you are, girl. Don't be talking about the first rule about the second anointing is you don't talk about the second anointing, that kind. And I was like, I think I pushed some buttons. I mean, maybe. That's what I'm saying too. They know what to do. Like there's protocol and stuff, and they are on their missions. They're really wanting to do. This is their time, They look forward to this, and well, most of them. This is a big thing for them. So you're right, So what was that? And it's just odd. It's just one of them things that I'm just like, okay, well, you want to know what happened? Okay, go walk the dog, grab the coffee. I'm glad you were here. Plus other, yes, that's true, Donna. Oh my God. Plus other creators were getting hacked and carrying on. That was wild. I had people, there was a Lori Daybell channel that came up and I was like, I mean, I'm like, I'm always just watching and observing all the things. I'm slow to get up, right? But I'm watching because in my world, everybody is, I don't know who everybody is. And, everything becomes public. And then you're like, oh shit, so I don't have, I'm Kresha. Like, I can't just, I can't, I mean, I could have, but, anyways, I mean, my channel name is Difficult Research, but I changed it from my name to Difficult Research. Just to represent what this is, what I'm doing. It's difficult research. I didn't know where it was going. Still don't really know where it's going. I just know that I had to get through this in order to get to where it's going, in order to know where this goes, just to do what I'd promised Charles and Tylee and JJ, that I would not stop until everyone with their blood, my family's blood on their hands, was held accountable. And then I was like, a couple of years later, I was like, well, that's not really realistic because, they're not even like charging Melanie Gibb and David Warwick and Zalema Pastenes and Melanie Pulowski and all these other casting bitches. I'm just going to say it. They're not charging. I mean, they're just, you seeing, going through this whole experience and just watching it unfold. And I'm just like, what? And just trying to learn everything I can in such a little amount of time. I mean, I've been cramming the 6 years. My brain has been growing. Okay. And it's filled out everywhere. Okay. They say the body keeps the score. I am your walking testament right here. Okay. I testify. Anyways, if you know, you'll laugh. But, I mean, it's just been nothing but a learning experience that I was never interested in. I never was interested in any of this. I was just happy with my own little life in my own little world. But, it's why I came up with that little saying or whatever, that like to turn your head the other direction, to look away is to silence another victim. And so just because you look the other direction and pretend it doesn't exist, this isn't Lori's world, like she has that kind of thinking where if you imagine it, then it's real. Well, but this is real and you can't not imagine it. So once you see it, once you become aware of these kind of things happening in your world, you can't look away. If you do, you become part of the victimization. You become part of enabling the problem. And I mean, I know that's black and white. I'm not trying to be like stark, but I hope you get what I'm saying. Like, once you become aware of the things that are going on in this church, in this toxic, I'll be nice, system, you can't look away because it's wrong. And I take it even more personal because they belong to this organization, and this organization shit all over everything. Okay. I'm being honest. I'm being pretty vulnerable right now, but I mean, I'm just trying to be honest about it. And people have elevated this church, everything over humanity, over people. And I'm just like, that's really gross. That's not, because I mean, I believe in God. I believe in Jesus. I believe in all this. Okay. But I don't have to know all the answers. I don't know. I just feel there's a higher power, whatever that looks like. I don't know. They don't either. Okay. So stop micromanaging and like planning out your afterlife too. It's so sad. It is so sad. and it bothers me that people are in this oppression and just they feel like they have to or they think they have to have a middleman to communicate and to just be with source, whomever, whatever. And no, you're not going to be a god. Okay, that's another reason we're here. You do not get your own planet. You do not pass go. You do not collect $200. You do not get a bunch of spirit babies. Okay, no. No. So all this was for what? Money, power, sex, huh? How about some chapstick? It's ridiculous. But that's Lori. I mean, their own mother, his own wife. She was exalted and she was done. And I just wonder, in the text messages between these people, they're plotting, planning, they're in the temples, plotting, planning, meeting. Are you wait, I'm like-minded. You're a gatherer? Me too, girl. It's like, and I mean, there's this theme that's going on here, even with other cases like Ruby and Jody, Tim Ballard. I'm like, I'm on to it. Okay. I'm watching, I'm trying to figure this freaking nonsensical puzzle out. And we all are, that's why we meet here all the time. That's why we talk about the weirdest crap. Okay. It's not fun, but it's necessary. I believe it's necessary. The uncomfortable crap, the stuff that everybody's like, yeah, no, we're just going to not talk about religion. You've seen them, the ones. I mean, they're everywhere. Or they do the bidding for the church in the sense that they just go with the mainstream narrative, which is this has nothing to do with the church. This is Chad and Lori's own thing. That is just it's damaging. It's like false memory syndrome foundation to satanic ritual abuse victims. Okay. It's like it's nemesis, it's a conspiracy theory to the truth. It's the things that counteract all the truth. It's like there's a counter, as above so below, I guess you could say. And that's what this is. It's this, oh, they're a church, because that's what I thought too. They're a church. These are men who, they're godly men, allegedly. That's what I thought, because I didn't know. I was ignorant. And I mean, that's fine. I think we're all ignorant. Okay. And so unless you peel back at least the one layer, you have to peel back the one layer. Like if you're a creator and you're on YouTube and you're like, this has nothing to do with the church. Oh, it has all to do with the church. I promise you, I give you my word. That used to mean something back in the day. I give you my word. I vouch for this. The church has everything to do with this. Everything. They are not innocent in this at all, in my opinion, from my perspective, from my experience. And so everybody just, without doing their own research or knowing better, they vouch for the church. And just like, because you just assume that about your world, especially a church, if you don't know any better. Then again, once you become aware, then you can't look away, because it is hurting so many people. And it's not just this one, it's all of them. Everyone. So your church is no better than somebody else's church. So just know that. Sweeper. My mom always told me, sweep around your porch first. Okay. Don't be worrying about other people's dirty, their dirt. Sweep yours. Make sure yours is clean. Okay. So worry about you work here. Okay. I mean, that's just my mom's old advice, just, I love her advice. I miss her advice. I need to hear that sometimes. She would just have, and it would just solve all the problems. She'd just tell me things and I would just be like, yeah, what? I mean, she told me one time, she was like, but can it eat you? And I was like, no. And it was very freeing, because I was like, well, It can't eat me. So what's worse than that? Like, I don't know. It's just learning. But I know that you guys would do it, and maybe some of you do it for your own family. Yeah, mom, cool advice. Yeah, I miss her. Actually, her birthday is April 1st. It would have been. So interesting, right? Third year in a row. Third year in a row. Mandy's birthday, which was JJ's mom, his birth mom. Hers, I think, was the 10th of April. KJ's is the 7th, and Larry's is the 12th. I think. Hold on. Or April 14th. April 12th, April 14th. Oh my God, I used to know this. I've never heard of that. Wing. I actually looked at his interview yesterday, the one he did with Justin Lum. I like Zach, I do. I don't think he's, I think he has empathy. Nobody else. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I'm just like, yeah, I just think he was kind of caught up in it. And think about yourself when you're that age, when you're so young. I mean, I'd have never like stood up to my aunt and uncle and been like, okay, whatever. I mean, dude, whatever. I'm not trying to be in the middle of y'all shit. First off, don't be trying to put me there either, But I even have a letter that Zach wrote to my uncle that was balled up, crumpled up. So I'm thinking maybe Lori saw it whenever she went through the Houston house, maybe crumpled it up, because there was also a ticket of her, caught on camera. It was June 15th, I want to say, 2019, right before the murder of my uncle. And she was a traffic cam or whatever, and she ran a red light or something, and that QX whatever, I taped that sucker back together. I sure did. I sure did. I don't know. Okay, so ERP Thompson Queen, hey, glad to have you. Why is Lori not being psych evaled in respect to her stated hallucinations of Jesus? JJ, Tylee, Tammy, would that not qualify as something that would preclude her from her pro se position? My answer to this is the first thing that comes to my mind, is just like the LDS temple questions that they have to answer in order to obtain their temple recommend. Just like the psych eval that she, I guess she did, I don't know. We'll find out for sure more about this. Yeah. I have to say, Gilbert pissed me off, y'all. Gilbert PD, there's just some really snarky things that they say in the FOIA docs in the report that I'm just like, what? They could have wrote that a little bit different, I don't like the way it was very demeaning. I don't know. And then they kind of lost the community bridges. It kind of got lost. So, I mean, I don't know enough right now to speak to it because I don't remember. But, I mean, it's odd. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see about where it was. Let me go. If it is granted, the petition is signed. And I see I didn't edit this, so y'all might hear me go do some stupid stuff. This is me being vulnerable now for sure. Email response from Kay telling me that she hadn't. Nope, that's the very end. Is the bishop or okay. Okay, hold on. Any need. Whoa, okay. GPD expressed concerns for the legitimacy of Charles obtaining the order because he appeared to be more concerned that Lori had taken money out of. Oh, don't cuss. GPD expressed concerns for the legitimacy of Charles obtaining the order because he appeared to be more concerned that Lori had taken money out from his business account and he needed to get the money back to resolve that. GPD did more research regarding the order by contacting the listed witness, Gabe Bonilla, by phone. It's so hard to read their shit. The only quote unquote veiled threat made by Lori was that she was going to destroy Charles. CBI was contacted by GPD and confirmed Lori had checked in and was released a few hours later. Body-worn camera footage. The video shows Lori meeting officers in the lobby and then being escorted to an interview. The video shows Lori meeting officers in the lobby and being escorted. I think that's what you're talking about, Donna. Is the officer, is that kind of up there? Is that what you're saying? The camera was above there. I don't think they don't have a Community Bridges video that I'm aware of, because I mean that's off limits anyways because of HIPAA. But it's whenever Lori, Melanie, and Tyler are in the waiting room at the police station, maybe. Yes, that one. So I wonder, yeah, that's interesting, right? So let's look that up real quick while we're wondering. Okay. Because that very well could be like the investigators, misconception. Maybe they didn't watch it all the way. Lori Vallow, Gilbert PD. Not PF. I'm PD. Okay. Let me find it first. Right here. No, that's not. Because that's not the waiting room. Hold on. There's another one. 1, 2, 3. Okay, here's the waiting room. Hold on. Let me switch. Well, it's still not sealing though. Hold on. Let me move everything around. Okay, let me hide this too so you can see. Let me make this larger, right? All the things. You got to go back and forth, back and forth. So, I don't know. I mean, this would be the closest thing I would think.
Lori? Officer Patel, you can come back with us. Okay, yeah.
Hey. Hello. Nab her now. Now's your chance.
Oh.
Yeah, I agree, Lamisa. And I mean, it's just ingrained in them to protect. They have to proselytize. You know?
You got enough chairs for everybody? Yeah, I think so.
I mean, where's that shirt? I'm sorry for all the things I did.
No, I won't fit with those handles. It makes my hips rather wide.
My friends, the police officers, set it right there.
Yeah.
It's just good to have it on record, so.
Yeah, okay, I got a little bit of info from
Now,
dispatch.
Jason,
Said he stole your.
Jason Mao did corroborate that. I mean, he said that he was going to Gabe Benia's and he pulled over to send a text or whatever. And that's when Melanie ran into him and she was asking advice on what Lori needed to do. As if, okay, that woman can't sweep around her own porch. Okay. She is so gossipy and nosy. It's unreal. It's gross. It's like hypocrisy. But yeah, so that is what Jason said. But I mean, his interview, the second one, that he did with FBI and Chandler outside, it was outside of him and Nikki's house. I just pulled my damn earring out. You saw it here first. Let me just pull the other one out too. But anyways, I don't know. I feel like Jason Mao in that other interview that's not on audio. Oh, I mean, it is on audio, but it's not been let out. Okay, so it might be used in the thing. I have no idea. I don't know, but I read it out loud. I edited it and I put it out last week or so. And I mean, it's just a more perspective into Jason Mao's aspect in this, like, because I mean, I believe it's an enterprise. I believe that each little individual is pushing forward this conspiracy, so to speak, and they all have their part in it. And they all let my family down. They all let Tylee, JJ, and Charles, and Tammy and Joe down. They let us all down, and they continue to do so with their bullshit. With their bullshit little, I'm sorry, I'm just naive. Bullshit. Sit down. I mean, like, it sucks whenever, or it's sad whenever the kids are more freaking advanced and more mature, you're going to need a padded room. Talk about prophecy, huh? Tylee knew. Charles knew. JJ, hey, god dang, he probably knew. Ugh. Anyways, I don't know. It's just interesting. I would urge people to go and listen to it. I'll grab the link here in just a second.
What happened? First, why don't you tell us what happened?
So yesterday, I got in an argument with my husband on the phone, and he was in Texas working, and I found some stuff that he'd been doing, so he was really defensive. And so I took the kids. We spent the night in a hotel because I knew he was coming home. And
planned it.
so this morning, when I took my son to school, which he
I want to go visit.
when I
the
went
school.
into the school to take him into school, he was waiting somewhere and like stole my purse out of the car.
It's
My
the
whole purse.
dramatic,
My
man.
phone, my wallet, my money, my everything was in there. So I had the door locked, but the sunroof was open because we have
Yeah,
a
then that's
service dog
perfect,
and he
yeah.
was in the car, and I didn't want to, my son was kind of throwing a fit. I didn't want to get them both out of the car because it was a mess this morning. We didn't have any of our stuff because we spent the night in a hotel. And
She's
he was
doing
on the
that.
element.
Uh,
So I
you
didn't
know.
lock the door for like the first time ever, and he like whatever, either got
Yeah,
out.
that's
I
all
don't
I
remember
do.
if the door was locked. He got it out, or he reached through the sunroof and just got it.
Oh yeah, because he's so
But
tall.
then he started texting all my family
I mean,
and all
like
my friends.
that, like that's like magical thinking. Like it's a freaking SUV. It's off the damn ground. What did he do? Crawl on it? Is that what demons do? Just asking. I'm saying it from her. Like he got it on my sunroof. Yeah, he's just so freaking. He wasn't that tall. He wasn't like a tall. My Uncle Bobby's taller. Is all I'm saying. But like yeah, maybe he just go gadget arm.
Whatever, either got it out. I don't remember if the door was locked. He got it out, or he reached through the
He probably had his
sunroof
own
and just
keys.
got it. But then he started texting all my family and all my friends and impersonating me and got my friend lured over to the house.
We'll wait for you to say thank
him,
you.
Where
Okay.
he had like kicked in the door to get into the house and stuff. So
You made a real mess of
this
shit.
morning.
last night.
Last night. Okay.
Which I'm glad we went there.
Right. Okay.
And so I got there, I'm like, Lori?
And this one right here. She's gonna testify
He
too.
texted her from my phone because he was pretending to be me, saying, "Oh, come meet me at the house," or whatever.
They just make him sound so weird.
What did he say to you?
I don't.
He said, "Can you come to
Gilbert?
the house now?"
And then when
And
you
I
get
said, "Sure." Yeah, I did.
okay.
Yeah, I proceeded to
I don't.
he was himself.
I mean, everybody's looking.
I'm on my phone, but when I got there, I said, "You've been using Lori's phone."
Let me know. I mean, do you know where it is?
Sorry,
This
I
one?
deceived you. I said,
My uncle wouldn't have
okay,
said deceived you.
and luckily, there were some other people there that
Only
were.
nerds do that.
He was changing the locks and probably got the door fixed where he kicked it in, so that the locksmiths were there. So I'm like,
This is that gaslighting thing that they do where the chaos, they call it, oh my God, I can't stand that because
They
he
were
was
there.
just reacting
It was a white
to the
Suburban.
hell when she waged war, which I mean, I looked up under Mormon doctrine, under Bruce R. McConkey's controversial book that they're like, we disown that, just like they disown polygamy too, right? Yeah, okay. Wink, wink. Special handshake. Anyways, I threw myself off trying to be funny. Oh, like right here where because Lori moved, all his stuff was going to be gone. She canceled his flight back to, from his business trip. She, her and the kids left, they went to the hotel. She knew he was coming back. She stole took $35,000 out of their joint or their business account. Okay. She left him with I think he said $6 or $7. I forget exactly. He had to get Gabe Bonilla, the bishop, to go pick him up from the airport because her and this heifer over here, Melanie Gibb, moved Charles's truck, hit it, just kind of like that Jennifer Gledhill did. These are the same people that say, oh yeah, Lori, why don't you just make up that you have, cancer or something that way. Okay. That way his grandma will take him back. Bish, that's y'all's shit. Okay. We don't have to be there's no bargaining chip. Okay. Humans are not pawns to us. That's the difference between you and me. Okay. Is people are not, possessions. Okay. They're not. Over here, everything's with condition. Everything is, it is traded. It is like, oh, here, I possess this. So narcissistic. I've said that this whole time about the church. Just this whole culture is so narcissistic and toxic, and the positiveness, and just the image, skin deep. I mean, you hear it in all of them. You hear it in all of them. Everything is just surface deep. What is it? What do you do for me? What can I do for you? Even Jesus, okay? They list the attributes and da 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 da, and I'm just like, that's not how this works. And one thing that Grant Palmer said, he was an ex-Mormon, eventually became an ex-Mormon, and he said the best thing that you, or he said, the best thing that you can do to a Mormon is show them grace, because they were never taught it. They have the word, they have a different like definition for what grace means, and they're told that they're chosen right out the womb, right out the gate, okay? And so they are just born with like a religious silver spoon in their mouth, or I don't know how to explain it. But they think that, anybody outside of the LDS church is rotten. We are the devil's spawn, and they have to proselytize and try to convert us into their religion because they're the one true church. It is so effed up. I mean, just those things right there. And then tell them that they can be a god, become their own god, and everybody's a god, and you can get your own planet and have spirit babies out there. Yeah. You don't have multiple lives, yet we have a pre-existence, we have a now life, and we have an afterlife. That's 3. Okay. It's very double speak. It's like, it's contradictory the whole way. And so, yeah, that's what Grant Palmer said. And he said that an informed Mormon is soon to be an ex-Mormon, something like that. And I just thought that was really, I wrote those quotes down. They used to be right here, but I mean, and it's sad because they're good people. I mean, imagine what they could be if they weren't under the church's thumb and indoctrinated and in bondage, basically, like everything's with a condition. Celestial kingdom, like if Chad and Lori did do that by chance, I mean, I'll never be able to prove it. But it sounds, everything that's in that second anointing ceremony is everything that Lori has said to my uncle. That's, words matter. Okay. Joseph Smith was a wordsmith, in my opinion. I'm not a wordsmith, and I know the words that she said, that my uncle said, Lori told him. They're very unique. And so that's where I have honed in, because their words are going to hang them. Okay. I mean, because you don't just get away with this kind of stuff. You don't F with my family and think you're going to get away with this kind of stuff. And this, like, oh, love you too. Oh my God, he scared me. Oh my God, I love you too. I don't want to yell. Sorry. Oh my God. Y'all, he's going to get hearing aids, so that might explain the yelling, right? My babe. Anyways, but yeah, it's just, it sucks because they were born into this. And now I'm not excusing them, because there were a lot of people born into this who are, who get away from it. Look at Megan. I mean, you don't have to be an asshole, like it's, in fact, I will go out and say that you will become a much more freer person, because, when you step away from the church that's just really holding you down spiritually, even mainly spiritually, but then it financially, community wise, even your job. I mean, just all the ways it exploits you. And it bothers me to sit there, and it's like, we're on two like Red Rover. You know what I'm saying? Like you're on this side and you're on this side, or the kickball, and you're like, come on over here. And they're like, but let me tell you about Jesus, you know? And you're like, I don't need you to tell me about Jesus. I just need you to see. I need you to be self-aware. I need you to just wake up. I need you to realize that you're better than that, you know? Like, it just really sucks. You know? It does. It bothers me a great deal. Hey, K-Tech. Yeah. It really does suck. And I mean, I know I really do feel that if Lori and Alex weren't in this church ever, if they weren't in this environment, we'd only have one, you know, real big aspect of the family. You know, would Janice and Barry be like this? Would Chad's parents be like that? Would, you know, all this, like if we would have been LDS, I guarantee you this wouldn't have made national, or this wouldn't have made news, period. End of story. Because it would all been taken care of in-house. So the fact that this, you know, we happen to not be Mormon, you know, I think that's what really, really, really blows the lid off of this thing. But only as much as we allow it. You know, when you have creators even saying, I mean, network news saying, oh no, it has nothing separating it from the church. And I'm like, do you know that though? I mean, I didn't know that then. I know that now. But how do you undo all that damage? You know, it's just like Elder Ballard and Tim Ballard. No relation. Are you sure? Or are you just repeating what you saw? Okay, I ain't seen no papers. Okay, I need to see papers. Did you really have a near-death experience? Oh, you just jumped and got scared? Okay, no. I don't think so. Not legit. Okay, I need flatline. I need some flatline EKG, you know, printout thing. Let me look. It better look like a damn earthquake, okay? Or not an earthquake, better flatline. Anyways, I'm just being silly. You know what I'm saying? And yes, it is happening to other people. It happens to you, Robbie. It happens to a lot of us in here. You have no idea. Even if you don't think that the Mormon church really affects you, I promise you it does. And I hope, you know, I hope not to this degree, but oh shit, okay. That was my karma. Easy. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, I mean, they're the wealthiest movement right now. They're trying to go mainstream Christianity. In my opinion, the way it looks, the way it's moving and migrating with this all these people that we research. And I know it makes me sound conspiratorial. I'm just like Charles. I'm like, hey, look at that. See, I'm blowing the whistle just like him. And I look crazy. He looked crazy. Okay. You see how this works? Okay. But it appears that, you know, when Lori was saying, you know, ushering in the second coming, now I know that not to be Jesus. I know that she did not literally see Jesus, or even in her cuckoo brain that we think is cuckoo. That's why it doesn't add up, because yes, she is dissociated, or not, she is delusional to a regular normal mind. But whenever this is Mormonism, maybe they need their own section in the DSM. Okay. I'm not playing. I've even thought about it for SRA, you know, like it's just, I don't know. There's something amiss here and it's really jacked up. I don't know how to fix it, but I'm just saying, you know, just to even get to the root of the problem, you know, you look at 6 years, you know, and we're just now really talking about this stuff. Like we should have been, you know, plowing through this and problem solving and everybody participating, and like, how do we solve the real problem, the root of the problem? Because that all the other stuff is just it's cause and effect, you know. It's just because of this there's this, you know, and you're just being reactive instead of proactive, and then here we are, you know. It's like trying to hold all your 10 fingers and plugging up 10 different holes, and then another one, you know, and there's only so much of you. And when people won't even give you the time of day because you're talking crazy, but it's just they're crazy, you're just, you know. I get it. I get it. It's a very frustrating spot to be in. I feel so bad for my uncle. I really do, you know. I mean, just I can't imagine. Just and I mean, he was just like, screw it. He got to the point where he was like, screw, just he had no rights over Tylee. But I mean, he referred. I'm not this person who's gonna sit here and say, oh, well, she didn't like him. I didn't like my stepdad either, but it doesn't mean that I wanted him dead. Okay. I just was being a little bitch. I was being a teenager. Just saying. I was being territorial and hormones, right? Okay. And then when you have a mom who's narcissistic and has to be needed all the time, who, has to suck from her kids in order to view herself as this exalted being that she always thought she was, obviously, because this is what she's been told. This is what she's been taught. Yeah. So I don't know. It's crazy. The biggest offense to my belief system from them is how they have misled and lied about Jesus. It's the scariest and it's the saddest thing. It's scary. I remember saying this before Alex was even dead. I was like, oh my God, these people, they like hide behind Jesus. That's me knowing nothing. Very beginning of this. And I mean, that to me was like super, 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 super like scary, like dangerous, like intent. I'm like, anybody that hides behind Jesus, like that's whoa. Like that is just unpredictable, psychopathic, would be a good, because ain't nothing, everything's on the table, everything. Okay. And so when you're, I'm sitting here wondering why Chad's, like my parents are like reaching out to Chad on Facebook, like, please, they're pleading with him, please. You have grandkids, I mean, all the things. And nothing from Melanie Gibb, nothing from Jason Mount, nothing from the bishop, Gabe Bonilla, nothing from Zalema. There's a lot of women and men, in this that, I mean, their grandmas even still don't know any better. They still think they're right or super righteous, or they think they're exalted. And that is a dangerous mind, y'all. That is a dangerous, as you very well see. And so when Lori says, I saw Jesus in the temple, what she was really saying to her little Mormon friends was, hey girls, I got the second anointing. And that's how they talk. I got the second anointing. I'm exalted. I am a translated being. I now belong to the Church of the Firstborn, which is the next plane up. Okay. It's not Chad's church. I mean, I don't know how many times I got to tell you. Till everybody understands, I guess. I don't know. It's weird. I agree with you. It's fucking weird. But is there weird? I don't know. I'm just trying to share how I've learned it to be. Anyways, not that I'm right. Not that I'm like, oh, it's my way or the highway. No. But I mean, I don't really have anybody to bounce this off of. You know what I'm saying? Like, not to this degree. Not every day talking like, this is freaking crazy. I'm still just figuring it out. I'm trying to write about it now. It's a little hard to put into words, but I'm trying, like that is helping me. And if we can create, ever since I saw that Mike Tilleman suing or filed a lawsuit against Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrandt and Connections Classroom and Pam Botcher and so on, that just lit. I mean, it was like how it was laid out. I was like, okay, so I'm very good at doing that kind of stuff, like a model, like give me something I can frame this off of, like it's so crazy. I don't know where to file things. And so the way I orbit with my ADHD, I just kind of make my rounds and I'll get there. If not, I'll come right back. I'll get there again. And I mean, I kind of do circles, but it's like, but I work kind of backwards. And I went from the outside in. I went knowing about multiple moral probations, or at least the keywords, all the things that were controversial that like Hector Sosa was like, "Oh my God, shut it down." Lie to your bishop, lie to everybody, basically. And so these aren't God people. These aren't even moral people, in my opinion. Like, they need to go to like some kind of academy or something, a get right academy. Come to Jesus meeting, a real one. I mean, just to like set them straight or something and let them deconstruct, because it's not just the deconstructing from Chad's cult. It's not Chad's cult. That's what I'm saying. You can't, they're one and of the same. You can't. They were active members. They were going to church. And I know people who are in the church, they're like, no, they're not. They don't, because they don't want to associate. They don't want to be attached to that. Neither does the church. The church does not want to be attached to what the hell they create. There's a problem there. You know how you have those parents that like never teach their child to earn money or to do things for themselves, teach them how to work, teach them how, to, I can't think of the words right now, but you be responsible, contributing members of society. Well, it's like that, but however many members they actually do have, that's how many we got to watch out for. Okay. That's scary to me. That's alarming, and it is everybody's problem, is what I'm trying to say. And or just some kind of awareness about it, so that if this, and I mean, I just can't imagine this happening again. But then there's Ruby and Jody casting out and calling their little kids, freaking demons. And I'm not being a demon. And I mean, come on now. You got Jennifer Gledhill saying that that wasn't her husband, Matt Johnson, anymore. Who was it? Was his name Ned? Was it Iplos? Was it Rhonda? Was it what are the names? Hillary, Blake, Viola, whatever it is. I mean, what are we doing here? This is happening. That's just batshit crazy, man. It so is. It so is. She's yeah, her face fell. That's what I say. It's like a Cadillac on 4 flats. When I started finding out about the group, my ex's dad and the cult stuff and the magic is so involved in this. Just, oh my God, it's crazy. But I mean, when you learn about Joseph Smith, even with the Key of Solomon and doing some really dark shit, it's not far-fetched then. It's not far-fetched because it's right there. This man that they were taught to look up to, who was a Freemason, who the actual temple ceremony is designed after Freemasonry. Freemasons got so pissed off at Joseph Smith for jacking their whatever, their what he made into the temple ceremony, almost verbatim. So they wouldn't let any of them be Freemasons. Did you know that I want to say Joseph Smith became a 33rd degree or 32nd, one of those, like in 2 or 3 days? They're like, oh, that's magic, huh? I mean, so anyways, I mean, there's so many things that factor into this. It's not just the church. It's the fact that Chad Daybell is a freaking gravedigger. And the fact that, yeah, I know. It's the fact that a lot of these people that I've been researching, like Meldrum. Did you know that Meldrum owns I don't know if Rod Meldrum owns a crematorium, but did you know that the last name Meldrum in Arizona has it attached to a crematorium? And, I'm just saying. So it makes me think about Valley of the Sun, where Chad Daybell called. You heard it here. Where it just makes you start to think. That's not the only funeral. That's not the only crematorium. Okay, then you have, I just found this the other day when I was looking for more media for Bishop Glenn L. Pace, for the Bishop Pace memo. So I came across Bishop Pace's obituary, and it said Russin Funeral Home. And I was like, get the F out of here. Because there's Levitt Funeral Home too. And I was like, I mean, come on, coincidence? I'm all about it. Like, I mean, I don't really believe in coincidences. Here's a coincidence. I'll tell you, this is about the level of coincidences I believe. And I mean, I've shared it before, but I mean, Lori's maiden name is Cox, okay? And I moved here in 2018. So this happened. I moved here before I moved to Cox Road. I live on Cox Road. That's a coincidence, in my opinion. So, but all these other things are not. So it just, and then, I mean, not just Chad Daybell, like his brothers even were grave diggers for summers and stuff. And I mean, there's this older lady in Arizona who talked to one of my friends, and she was like, "Oh, Jack Daybell, is he still a grave digger?" And I'm like, his dad was a grave digger too. But I mean, I don't have that corroborated yet, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, what the hell? It just seems like a doomsday group, period. End of story. My family was, they were never stood a chance. Never her. So yeah, my mom and Larry holding Lori accountable. Brandon Boudreaux holding Lori accountable. Us here holding them accountable. That's justice, in my opinion, on earth. They have to deal with justice later with the afterlife. Okay. And no, we will not be standing in front of Jesus together, Lori. Okay. And we won't tell you you're wrong. We'll just tell you that we love you. You know what I'm saying? That's that. I'm super righteous. I'm exalted. So it's like, Chad was using a freaking pendulum. Straight up. So were the Lafferty brothers. Their parents, like his mom, they would sit there and, what are we gonna eat tonight? I mean, that's wild. And so you wonder why there's the arm of the Lord, the eye of the Lord, and the hand of the Lord. Something weird's going on, and it's not on the streets. It's within. Okay, the secret society. It is. I didn't make it up. I'm just here trying to figure it out. I don't want to be right. I never. That's not my personality, anyways. I'm not like, oh yeah, in your face. I'm not that person. Even when something does happen, and I'm like, oh God, people are like, you've been saying that this whole time. I'm like, but it's not like, I'm not like, ha ha. It's not like that. It's not. This is real life. This is real people. These are real people, and there's a lot of people being hurt and don't even know it. They don't even know that they're in this toxic echo chamber. It's very sad. Yeah, through the fire. Yeah, I found all kinds of things last night that really, I mean, just knowing what I know now, knowing what you know now. And then, yeah, thank you, Angie. Hey, but I'm not by myself. Like, I don't want to be by myself. So everybody get your damn flashlight. Okay. Come on. It's not just mine, like, that makes it even brighter. Just shine the light. Shine it. Let's shine it. It's the only thing it's only disinfectant. But before we go, because I'm keeping y'all way too long. But where's my other window? There it is. Share this tab instead. Let me fix my aspect. Oh yeah, the Lord's favorite. I went to town, y'all. I did. And this was before Dateline. Just saying. I made that one right there before Dateline for sure. And a couple other ones. And then I started. I was like, oh my God, I was already working on that. Oh, wait. Let's see. And we're going to go more, not today, but we're going to go more, like, I depended on my AI last time we went Sunday or whatever. And I'm like, I don't think this is accurate. And Megan texted me. She was like, I don't think your AI was very accurate. I was like, I know. Thank you for telling me. I'm like, I'm going to have to say it, like, sorry for the last live stream. Like, I don't want to sit here and spread misinformation, because I already search and research all the controversial, conspiratorial type topics, so Like I need that adding to my my pain, my character. Um, yeah, Alex Cox, Lori Vallow's protector, right? Or serial killer by proxy, right? So I wrote this. Now this is my AI because I don't know what the hell a serial killer by proxy is. But this intriguing notion invites us to consider the complexities of human behavior and the lengths to which influence and manipulation can extend. The concept of a serial killer by proxy suggests a chilling dynamic where an individual, while not directly committing the acts themselves, orchestrates or incites another to carry them out. This raises fascinating questions about the culpability, morality, and the power of persuasion. Such a scenario might unfold in a psychological thriller where the mastermind exerts control over a vulnerable individual, preying on their insecurities or desires. The narrative could explore themes of identity control and the blurred lines between victim and perpetrator. As the story develops, readers would be drawn into a web of deception and intrigue, questioning the nature of evil and the influence one person can wield over another. Ultimately, this concept challenges us to reflect on the darker aspects of human nature, the capacity for manipulation, and the ethical dilemmas posed by indirect responsibility. Indirect. It serves as a reminder of the complexities of justice and the intricate dance between free will and coercion, or free agency, not free will, Anyways, and I mean, just this right here is so damning. Apparently, it is tied to Ned being gone, hopefully today or tomorrow. Have fun. Get rid of Ned already. I mean, it's just demon's gonna demon, I guess. It bothers me. He was out of his. He had the whole world waged against him. Okay, I'm not really doing anything. Let's see. Let's go back over here. So, yeah. Hold on. Let's go here. Because, I mean, I just uploaded them, so I just got to go to my images. Looks different on here. Oh, I remember now. Images. See all. I don't want to. Okay. Let me shut up. Oh, I know where I gotta go. Okay. It's different, it's different than on my phone. So I get mixed up. Images. So these are a few things that I'm running across that catch me different now. Okay. Like this. You know how Melanie Gibbs said that she was not a teacher? And that Lori was a teacher? Now, that's not very good quality, but I mean, just this little thing right here for Time to Warrior Up. Time to Warrior Up by, this is Color My Media. This is Preparing a People. Okay. This is Time to Warrior Up by Jason Mao. This is thewarchapters.com. This is, listen to this. So it says, this is a special feature focusing on an amazing class Melanie Gibb taught at a family camp this past summer, 2018. This is about the time it started lighting up. Melanie shares a snippet of the experiences that changed her life from dark into day when she surrendered her will to the Savior's love and gave up her perceptions, self-deceptions, and deceits to understand the world of love that heals. They were in charge of healing. Heals all. Melanie will be sharing much more in the book she is writing about the process of becoming a what? A new creation. That's in quotes. Now that's something you do. That's something I didn't learn. You follow these quotes, okay? They are dead giveaways. Y'all suck, okay? I'm just saying, like, you're like, oh, okay, because they're like, hey, yeah, the process, and we know that she was talking about Chad, Lori, Melanie. They were all talking about, and even Melanie Pulaski talking about how Melanie Gibb was no longer a celestial, meaning worldly being. She was becoming she was going through the process right here, just like she says, and just like other people have corroborated, of becoming a translated being, just like Lori, just like Chad. So I mean, again, it gives it away. Once you know the language, you're like, oh, and you know what the hell they're talking about. It's, yeah. So, okay, listen to this though. Melanie will be sharing much more in the book she is writing about the process of becoming a new creation in the Lord. To contact Jason. Wait, whoa. Okay, it's not on there. It's on a different one. I'll show you. And so it says to contact Jason, Melanie, or Lori. Email them at Time to Warrior Up. So I mean, this is, anyways. I don't know when it was, but all right. And then you just look at these again. I go back over them and I don't know, see if anything catches my eye. Right here, somebody, Martian Planet Art, had sent me this a long time ago, like in 2021. I looked it up as soon as I heard talking about Hiplos. And so it's from this language right here, and it's to English dictionary. It's the only place you can find it. It means free to liberate, loose, release, unloose, unloosen. And if you listen to the words that Lori uses when she's referring to Tylee, she says to free. Tim Ballard says he's going to liberate all the child sex slaves. Okay. I found out and I don't know where I got this, so just don't hold me to it till I can, come with the whole thing. But to liberate, it meant Satan is liberator. Anyways, it's interesting because she was free to liberate, loose, release, unloose, unloosen. I mean, just saying. Thank you, Martian Planet Art again, this was Book of Mormon Evidence and Universal Model of Science event, Saturday, September 21st in Rexburg, Idaho. And I mean, it's Mike and Nancy James, because just listen, just hold on, just hang with me. And I mean, these are just little snapshots into some screenshots I had. I know they're not making sense. They're not going to. I'm just trying to point out some things. This was some lady who, anyways, because it's the house where I signed my first book publishing contract. Check out the second floor window. See how she said second floor? I'm just saying. Remember John Pryor said there were not 2 floors? Okay. Well, anyway, second floor window over the door. If memory serves me right, it's been a while. And at this point, everything is fiction. I don't know who this is. That's where Chad Daybell and I sat to discuss the contract and sign on the dotted line. Also, gorgeous house. I deliberately tried to write a Hallmark Christmas romance this time, wondering if I hit the mark. I don't know who the person is. I'll have to dig more into that. I don't remember. This is from LDS Freedom Forum. Julie was promoted as being on the private forum, and so people paid to join that. And after a couple tiny posts, she left AVAL once again. My friend went to one of the early preparedness conferences a few years back where she asked both Roger K. Young and Christopher Perrett if Julie was legit, and they swore up and down she was. Christopher was also selling a preparedness manual that he was telling people was the official manual the church leaders go by. These are your church members. I'm just saying. Anyways, it says it was not. It was just information Christopher collected from others and sold as official. Now they're parading Sean Little Bear out as some Native American shaman record. I don't know. Hold on. Let's see. This is interesting too. This pisses me off. And there is this podcast if y'all ever want to listen to it. This came out July 8th, 2019. Chad did a podcast. This is just days leading up to my uncle's murder. It's about patience. It's done with this little jerk, in my opinion, allegedly. Okay. Christopher, what's his name? Shit. I just went blank. I shouldn't have been mean. Paul Pulsifer. Okay. Another Southern Utaher. Okay. Whose wife died right around the same time Tammy did, who his wife wrote a book about, and it's got portals in it. I don't know. Anyways, episode 26, July 8th, 2019. Chad Daybell recalls some effective lessons he learned in life about patience in waiting a long time to see the Lord's promises happen and give good advice for others seeking to find peace in waiting on the Lord's timing. This is all coded, I'm telling you. Those who speak this language, they're like, oh yeah. Correction. I mentioned the Time to Warrior Up podcast in this episode, but I mistook that for the network that hosts the Time to Warrior Up program, which is Preparing a People. That's the podcast I heard Chad on. You can also, I mean, yeah. So this whole podcast is disgusting. It's about patience, and he talks in this sing song. Well, yeah, you know how Chad talks. It's disgusting. It's really gross. Put me to sleep. This is the rest of it. Or no, I'm sorry. I had to like make it better, and so sometimes it distorts the words a little bit. State of affairs in our world and ways that will help all of us take on courage with vision, determination, and what that looks like. Chad Daybell and Melanie Gibb will be special guest speakers in the Boise area February 16th. This is whenever Lori was evading being served by my Uncle Charles. She purposely did not go to this event because my uncle was like, I'm going to show up there. In his text message, he said, I'm going to show up there with, he's going to copy it onto thumb drives and hand it out to everybody at the at the Preparing a People conference. I'm like, that's how we roll. That's how we roll. Come on, hooker. Right. So yeah, that was part 2 with Chad Daybell. Time to warrior up. So it says, Paul Pulsifer, just listening through this now. So far, I love the following parts, and it's long, but we don't have time for all that right now. And then let's see, here we go. This is October 24, 2018. This is St. George, Utah. He checked in. Facebook checked in. Jason Mal at Temple Apartments, wherever the hell that is. Wherever it is, it's in St. George, Utah. October 24, 2018. This is the same weekend that Chad and Lori were, they met each other. Okay. So, hey, Saint, and I mean, Chad did shout him out in his speech that I think Lauren has it on Hidden True Crime. So he does, Chad does acknowledge Jason Mal in the crowd too. So just some corroboration. Hey, St. George, Utah, friends and family. I am in town for a few days to do a book signing at the Deseret Bookstore on Friday night, starting at 7 p.m. Also speaking at youth. This guy speaks to way too many youths, in my opinion. Okay. Serena Sharp had him go speak to her youth. Lori Daybell's writing him a freaking email, Jason Mal, talking about, yeah, we have some youth. Lori created one for Chad, where he would have an excuse to give Tammy for why he was going, hoe around with Lori. That's when she did the KK Walker. So there's a little theme going on here. And they say youth, but the same weekend that JJ was murdered, actually, Jason Mal, he did check in on Facebook anyways, in Billings, Montana, which is about, I want to say, a 5-hour drive from Rexburg. But was he there? Because I'll show you the flyers. They don't look like any of the other flyers. Somebody should have did a little better job on that. I really do believe this, that there were a lot more people attending these murders. Gathering. I'd call it gathering is what they would call it, I think, in my opinion, allegedly. Yeah, because it's so weird. It's so coincidental. There's that word again, right? That the Fern Foundation was in Rexburg the weekend that JJ was murdered, and Tim Ballard's Operation Underground Railroad was sponsored by Chad and Tammy Daybell's book publishing company the weekend that Tylee was murdered. That, that should be, just the fact of Chad Daybell's company sponsoring OUR. Chad's a cheap ass. I don't see him trying to be like, oh yeah, trying to raise money. Chad don't care about nobody but himself. Okay. He wasn't even there. So Tammy was there. We had always thought that she was running in that race, but guess what? She was actually volunteering in that race, and I have pictures to show it now that I know what it is. So this is alarming to me. Tylee didn't, who all went in for that? Who all went into Rexburg and then just didn't show up at the, the front event, because that's just the front. They're hiding behind Jesus. They gonna damn sure hide behind, these fake little ass events. Anybody can print out. I got Canva. I can print out all kinds of things. Doesn't make it true. It doesn't make it real. So, why would the detectives have been collecting DNA evidence for Jason Mal then? For weird times I wasn't even expecting. It was like more around Tammy's time. Like, what the hell were you doing there? What? Nobody else had DNA collected. Not even Melanie. Well, I think Melanie Gibb, maybe. I think so, yeah. I think the hairs for sure, I want to say. I don't remember. But, Tylee's body is not even all together. Okay. I'm not going to sit here and settle. And you are free to do whatever you want, but that's not me. Like, it doesn't, none of this evidence, none of these trials, none of the investigative work proves anything around their murders besides, they were able to convict. Thank God. I am not like free them. No, I'm like, get them and then get the rest of them too. Okay. Because I don't feel very secure. I don't feel like Tylee or JJ or Tammy or, you know what I'm saying? Like none of these people are getting justice because it's not getting fully told. It's not coming all the way out. It's just, they got a null conviction. I know they have a job to do, but so where is the rest of her? Where's the rest of Tylee's body? Doesn't she deserve to be together? All together? Can we just not F that up? Okay. Was that asking too much? For us not to just settle on, oh, well, it's just what the prosecution says. So it's church, it's word. I mean, it is for a conviction in a court of law, but it is not the whole story. It is not the rest of the story. Where's the rest of her remains? Where is the crime scene for that girl? Where's the crime scene? You cannot convince me. I'm not stupid. I don't think you are either. Where is the crime scene? She was dismembered. I mean, come on. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry because that don't add up to me. That's insane to me, but I didn't realize it at the time because there's so much coming at you and it's so much, it's too much and it's brain overload and it's overwhelming. And so that's what we're gearing up for again is just okay. Just like when the document dumps come out, everybody, that's when I lean on you guys. But then when we get close to trial, that's when y'all go crazy and we're like, it's okay. We got you. We support y'all. Like, it's funny. It's interesting. I mean, y'all snap back into it, but everybody just goes crazy. And I'm like, oh Lord, it's like inverted world, but it's interesting. It's an interesting, unique dynamic, I think. But, let's see, hold on. And then here's the bottom of Firm Foundation. Okay. We got, we'll be there. I met them both in Rexburg. I don't know who this is, at a conference up there, along with many other spiritually. Look how these certain things are capitalized. That's something else I noticed with the principles, like with Jody Hildebrandt, with the truth and these, principles. There's principle. Tim Ballard has principles. Lori has principles. I mean, they're all going by these certain principles. So who's assigning these quote unquote principles and then who's defining them on top of that? Okay. Just pay attention to those kind of things, in my opinion. Okay. So it says, spiritually prepared people. Carrie's art and her spirit are both inspired and inspiring. I also heard Chad Daybell for the first time there. Zion's camp was wonderful as we lived the law of consecration. Okay, that's the United Damn Order by Joseph Smith, which is ultimately the New World Order. It's just like a practice run, in my opinion. That's what it looks like. Anyways, the law of consecration for a week with over 500 other campers. That's a lot of people. Grandma Hummingbird and I taught, and Grandma Hummingbird and I taught and were taught by the children as we dance, quote, paint the rainbow, unquote. We are preparing to be of service to those who need us during the tribulations before Jesus Christ's second coming. It is marvelous. Another one of them words. Okay. To observe the diverse gifts and missions of strong people who have passed through fire or very difficult experiences in their journeys of sanctification. Do you remember when I just realized this. Do you remember when David Warwick said that he had been sanctified? He had been, oh my God, conversion. And he said this on the stand. They're not lying. They're not lying. They're telling you it don't make sense. Y'all might call it religious babble. I call it code talk. Okay. I call it learning how to lie for the Lord so they can do it without actually lying. If they have a conscience, I don't know. Anyways, and then going through fire. Remember, feel the fire. You right? Okay. So that's what this is. My understanding of how this works in this church, and then within the context of Lori, Chad, and them. Okay, the Church of the Firstborn, is that you have you have a baptism of water, okay, which is pretty normal, right? And then you go through a baptism of fire. Okay. It's obviously what lands you in New Jerusalem, aka Zion, aka the New World Order, aka in the club, in the Church of the Firstborn. I'm giving you all these examples, okay? So it gets you exalted. This means you're on this side now. You're cool people. You're gonna get you probably a nonprofit organization. You're gonna, proselytize and monetize. I don't know. Just kind of anyways, but I lost my little jazz there. So yeah, the baptism of fire, it's demonic. I'll tell you that. It's satanic. I don't know to what degree. I don't have the scriptures. I don't have all the things, but I know from all the things that I have watched and studied and researched, I've done nothing but this every single day for the last 6 years. I'm not proud to say that. It is what it is. I had to understand it. And I don't fully understand it. I don't know if I want to, really. I understand it enough to know better. It just sounds crazy. It's not my crazy, though. And I don't, if I'm wrong, I don't mind it. I will gladly apologize. I want to be wrong. I really do. I do. I wish. Anyways. So people who have passed through fire or very difficult experiences. So David Warwick, he was a convert to the church. He went through difficult experiences, right? He was in gangs or whatever. Oh my God, gang, huh? And so, and I'm telling you, go listen to his testimony. You'll hear especially in Chad's, you'll hear it. Sanctification. Hope to see you there. Exciting stuff. Praise, honor, and glory. PHG right there. Be unto the Father, unto the Son, and unto the Holy Spirit forever and ever. Amen, amen, amen. Okay, so there's that one. And then we'll just do a couple more. Barlow, that name right there, it stands out for me because there's a lot of Barlows in and around Tim Ballard's clique. Yeah, which I've been wanting to do another live stream. Just, I don't know, it's been crazy. Reading the Davis County documents for hold on just one second. My lips are so dry. My lips is chapped, yeah. There's this guy named Poo Poo Broussard, for real. Look him up. And he says, my lips is chapped, yeah. And they are right here. So like this, it's like the whole thing where it's got Sherston Stockwell, Dave Lopez, who worked with Tim Ballard, and just, all the things. They have Janet Russin's reading initially on here. It's the FBI. It's the grandma report anyways, but so we will go over this soon. I need to do that because the sooner the better. I think it'll jog some things forward, might crack some codes. I don't know. But anyway, so I just want to show you that for that. Oh, wait. And there's Jason Mal, Time to Warrior Up, Preparing a People podcast, author, and then Melanie Gibb, author, Feel the Fire, right? Time to Warrior Up podcast. She will be speaking about how Christ has changed her. I don't think so. No, thank you. We'll pass. And then I do have these, and I don't know where I got them from, or I'd credit them, but this is like all the events. So like Preparing a People related events, Jason Mal events. Okay, so it says July 2017 PAP conference, Rexburg, Idaho. Chad and Julie for sure, but now I think we know like Rod Miller, Eric Smith. Anyways, August 2017 Zion's Camp, Morgan, Utah. We just heard about that, right? That's where Melanie taught. Okay, then you have August 2017 house meeting at Mike and Nancy James' home. Listen, you read this, you see this right here? Chad, Dan Judd, President Oaks. I mean, I will fall out my chair right now. I didn't write this, okay? But I do remember reading about this on Reddit. That would be interesting, right? A little mind control. September 9th, 2017, Preparing a People Conference, UVU, which is the Utah, whatever. It's a place. In Orem, Utah. Chad, and then cancellation by Dan Judd. question mark. November 2017 PAP conference, Mesa, Arizona. Jason Mao. February 11th, 2018, Preparing a People podcast, Melanie Gibbs' first appearance. February 11th, 2018. That's a whole way before October of 2018. First appearance says she hosts classes in her home in Gilbert every Friday. She don't teach them though, I guess. See? February 23rd, 2018, house class at Melanie Gibbs, Gilbert AZ home, featuring Jason Mao. Okay. Or did I just say that? No. All right, March 9th. This is Tammy and Chad's anniversary. Just I remember that. Preparing People Conference, Rexburg, Idaho, Jason and Chad. That's where Chad was. March 16th, 2018, Sheepdog Campout, Weber City, Melanie Gibb. I saw a picture of her holding a little girl's hand, and it freaks me out. I'm like, oh my God. March 23rd, 2018, house class at Melanie Gibbs, Gilbert, Arizona home, featuring Dean Sessions. Another one. April 2018, Book of Mormon Conference and Expo, Layton, Utah. Jason, Chad in attendance. Somebody questioned. All right. Then we have July 2018, book signing and speaking engagement, Jason and Chad. September 2018, Preparing a People Dreams and Visions workshop, Brigham City, Utah. Chad. That's also the Dream Girls were there for sure. All right. October 2018, Friday 12, Monday 15. What the fudge? I don't know, 12th through the 15th, I guess. Jason Mao is in Rexburg, Idaho, and surrounding area. Anybody come up missing that day? I'm just asking. Hypothetical. October 2018, Preparing a People Conference, St. George, Utah, Jason and Chad. That's where Jason and Chad, that's where Lori, that's where this would change the entire trajectory for the victims and for all of us. That's why we're here. Because those two people fell in lust. Okay. For eternities. Whatever, Lori. Sit down. October 2018, Preparing People, St. George, Utah, Jason and Chad. So Lori, Zalema, Melanie Gibb. Anyways, October 2018, Zalema Pastinez likes Jason Mao's Instagram post about the St. George Preparing People conference. Right. And then we're almost done. January 31st, 2019, Jason encourages Lori to file a police report about Charles. Remember, we just saw it, or the beginning of it. February 2019, Preparing a People conference, Boise, Idaho, Chad and Melanie, Lori no show because she was ducking and dodging. Unless she can go in there and cast freaking out, okay? But if somebody's trying to hold her accountable, like Charles was trying to serve her with a protection order, and to have her go freaking, I think, committed, I don't know. Don't quote me on that, but you know what I'm saying? Like she evades it. And then that's when Alex is like, get rid of Ned already. Yeah, it's all becoming more and more clear. May 2019, Preparing a People conference, Sandy, Utah, Jason, and then Chad canceled. Why? Did he fly to somewhere where Lori was? June 2019, Preparing a People Dreams and Visions workshop, Rexburg, Idaho. Chad replaced by Hector. So Chad didn't go there again. So this is whenever they were warming up, right? July 2019, Jason Mao visits Rexburg to speak at BYU. This is your guy. This is our guy. He works for the church. He actually works for the church, teaches the youth. Right? He wrote a children's book. It's disturbing. Anyways, August, did I say that? Okay, August 2019, Chad mentions Jason at a speaking engagement in Manti, Utah. I wonder where that one is. So, quote, during the tribulations, the conference center in Rexburg will prepare the elders of Israel to be trained, will be young men. A person named Jason in Arizona will be one of the leaders of these elders. So he's a leader of this elders of Israel. Okay, I haven't Googled this yet. He feels it in his soul. Does he have one? I'm asking for all of us. They will become a well-trained military and spiritual army. I'm telling you, they're gathering the saints, just like they said. And it's this plan that's been, in my opinion, it appears, this is that weird shit I was telling you about earlier. When Lori says all the things that she said to my uncle, it's the same lingo that is part of this group, these Gadiant robbers, so to speak. They do secret combinations in LDS. They know what that means. Satanic. Okay. They are the church of the firstborn, I would say, because these people believe that the firstborn, or they believe that Jesus and Lucifer are the, brothers. So therefore the firstborn, according to this Mormon lore, would be that Satan is Lucifer's the firstborn. So the church of Lucifer is what ultimately that means. And Chad didn't make that up. So that comes from the church. Okay. So, anyways, yeah, so it looks like they're going to be ushering in the New World Order. That's what it looks like. And I'm just, that way I don't have to sit there and beat around it. Okay. It's weird. I know. Do you believe it? I don't believe it, but I believe these people believe it. Okay. A little scary. Another one, last one. All right. So this is Time to Warrior Up. This is an Instagram post by Jason. And it says Burke Basic School, Mesa, Arizona. And here's a post. He says, come and be a part of this growing movement to Mormon up. And no, you don't need to be LDS to join, but you do need to fix your compass on heaven. Act like a true Christian and seek the face of the Savior or the Lord, or like what Lori said, like what I'm saying. When she says she saw Jesus in the temple, that's exactly this code phrase right here. I'm Savior. It's usually seek the face of the Lord. Mike Stroud actually wrote a book called Seeking the Face of the Lord. Look it up. Anyways, so, but you do need to fix your compass on heaven, act, which that could be a code phrase right there too. So is the bacon thing, eating their bacon. Jason has said it. Lori has said it. It's just a dog whistle. Okay. Act like the true Christian and seek the face of the Savior in your own life. Time to more. So Summer Shiflett loved all this shit too. But look at Melanie Gibb there. Her handle name is on Instagram, Staying Out of the Box. So this is what led me more towards Val Brinkerhoff's site, because it's the 7 witnesses. Okay. Maybe there's 7 gatherers, 7 witnesses. I don't know. I'm just sitting here trying to put crap together. And, but he has this thing, on 7witnesses.com. You can go there, check it out yourself. But you can go look up the translated 144,000, what it means. I'm telling you, it tracks with it. It corroborates all the things that they say and that they believe. Okay. But it's just in Mormonism. It's just Mormon talk, LDS speak. But yeah, so on that website, Val Brinkerhoff has like a box, and you want out of the box. They talk about vibrations. They talk about megahertz. They talk about all the things that these people were doing and believing. There's more. Okay. There's more people doing and believing this. Okay. So this was July 13, 2018. Okay. So I'm just showing y'all that. All are welcome to attend. 6:30. Come get a good seat. We have a limited supply of books. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, okay. That's enough. I'm tired. I'm tired. It's crazy, huh? I told you. It makes my freaking head hurt. Look at that. Right. We're doing it for them. Right. That's who we're doing it for. Anyways. Weird. Yeah. Yeah. You got to think about it too. Like with y'all, and did y'all see that I posted David Hamblin, his parts theory? He's like actually showing us how he does it. I swear. And so I wasn't wrong for saying that either, because, oh my God. It's nuts. Thank you. It is a free way to help out. And yes, I get stuck in the algorithm punish. I'm over here in the gutters. They're like, no, yeah, you stay over there, girl. And it's not the mainstream narrative. I'm not sitting here trying to pretend like I am. And I hate that I'm like this. I do. I hate it. I'm just like, well, I got to be the oddball. Why? Because I guess facts do matter. Okay. So might not be like, okay, gonna walk through all the things that were shared, just that, no. Let's use some common sense. Let's use our intuition. Let's use all of our navigational gifts, the things that that we were born with. Use those. They were given to you. Then you use your logic and your feelings all at the same time. Everything works simultaneously. It's this beautiful system, that they all work together. And so don't let people tell you what to do and how to feel and what to think and how far you can go with your thoughts. Okay? That's limiting. That's controlling. And that's no bueno. So, in my opinion, you can do whatever you want. But this is what I found out. So, anyways. Yeah, well. Cool like the other side of the pillow. Thank you for letting me use that. Just kidding. I'm a dork is what I am, but you gotta laugh. I mean, I don't know how not to laugh, especially through this. This is painful. It is like so cringe and crazy, and you're just like, what? It's so out there. It doesn't, I mean, don't think I don't have it like understood. Just know that I'm just throwing shit. I'm just throwing stuff at the freaking wall and like, come on, pitch in if you can. If your brain sees like some kind of pattern, just let me know, please. Sooner the better. Exactly. See, God makes people individual on purpose. Exactly. And I think that we're all used as vessels, like it's just, we're meant to be. We're meant to cross paths right now, for some reason, some way. And then, one meeting like Chad and Lori meeting can just change your entire trajectories. And she's not happy. She may look happy. She may act happy. Vallow, it doesn't bother me, but I am Lori Daybell. Like Scott Rouse said, I think that's Rouse or whatever, the body language guy, dude. Yeah, he was on point with that. I was like, interesting. It's interesting to know that, yes, it does bother her. It does. She's acting like it doesn't. It bothers me that whenever Keith Morrison was like, so do you're your own attorney? She was like, I love it. That bothered me. I'm like, oh my God. Like it bothers me. It shouldn't, because this is just the continuation of Lori and Chad's and friends and the Enterprise of continuing their mission to create chaos, pain, and like turn that pain up. The more they can get us to dissociate, the better off the easier we are to control. So I say, Beckmont too, La Fibitan. I'm just saying. To Lori, just saying. Yeah, behavior panel. Except it was his like own channel though. It was, but somebody had asked, was it you that asked earlier or said something earlier? But yeah, I did. I watched it last night by chance. But I mean, this just checks all the boxes in my opinion. It's like this answers all the questions that I have, besides the really, I don't know, the unimportant ones. But I mean, I understand why they act the way they do and why they're inverted the way they are. And I'm, because I mean, the whole time we're like looking, I'm like, what is these people? Something ain't right. A lot is not right, but it's a lot of not right at the same time on full display. And then there's these other women that came out full display, Jody and Ruby. Then you got Tom here. You got all the people just being on full display, and you're like, what the hell? But nobody's connecting them. Like, I mean, we've connected them, but I mean, I think it's a lot more tight knit than we even can imagine. I really do. I can't prove that right now, but I will one day. Hopefully they'll prove me wrong. So I'll say I'm wrong. Anyways, all right. Yeah, well, I'm working on it, kind of, as I'm trying to process my thoughts. That's what's kind of happening. Not that I never wanted that. Of course, I'm sure, Tylee, JJ, Charles, Tammy, and Joe, I'm sure they never wanted to be murdered premature or dead prematurely. You know what I'm saying? So we don't always get what we want, but this is what happened. So got to make the best out of what you're given or whatever. But anyways, y'all, thank you so much for being here. And Sorry, it went 4 hours and 13 minutes. Oh my God. Anyway, so but there's so much to talk about, so little time. I feel like the iron is hot. You got to strike while the iron's hot, which reminds me of that and strike and strike and strike and strike. You'll know. It's funny. It's a stupid little skit. I think it's in my video app. Anyways, but yeah, strike while the iron's hot. The attention. I got to get this out. I want it out. I want people to know. I want people to be like, oh, you know, a lot of people do not know. They just assume that Lori and Chad and Ruby and Jody and Tim, they're all just fringe because it's another label that distances what's really going on from the culprit, from the big daddy. Okay. Marry them up. They love to be sealed. Seal them up. Okay. That's forever, eternities and eternities. Okay. Because you don't get to just make these problem children and then just throw them on everybody else. Okay. That's no. Hold the church accountable, in my opinion. Anyways. All right. Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. And for my Uncle Charles, y'all. He really tried. He really tried. And I don't think he's ever stopped. Some people believe in it. Some people don't. I do. I believe that, you know, we're connected. And something has been driven in me. I've never been this driven in my life. Really. Never been this driven in my life. But I feel like he has been pushing me. By he, I mean my Uncle Charles. I'm not going to be weird. I feel like my Uncle Charles has been pushing me. And I mean, I just try to whatever. I just land wherever because I try not to force anything, you know, and I'm just like, oh, okay. But anyways, so thank you. Thank you for treating my uncle so good and loving because that's how he would have treated you. I know it. I know it. And love always wins. It's something he said. I didn't make that up. I don't know if he did. I'm just saying it's something that he said. Did it win? In his case, people can say probably not. But I think ultimately that's not the point. I think ultimately at the end of the day, at the end of our lives, at the end of everything, it's going to be what wins. And it's love. God is love. Love always wins. God wins. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, you crying? Okay. Suck it up. No, I'm picking. It's okay to cry too, you know? It really is. It's okay. We love you even more. Vulnerability, it's beautiful. All right, y'all. I'll see you the next whatever. I don't know. The next crazy, bizarre time we have. The next bizarre religious rabbit hole we go down. Anyways, bye guys. Love you, and I'll see you next time.